Circular Economy Forum 2019 side event. Okay, today the weather seems amazing outside, so we're lucky not to have any windows, so that you don't know what happens outside. And we're ready to focus on our topic, industrial symbiosis today. And first, I would like to invite on stage Paula Eskola from Motiva. And actually, just to introduce myself also, I'm Suvi Salmela from Motiva also, and will be hosting you today through this event.
Good morning, also on my behalf, and welcome. I'm very happy to welcome you to Helsinki and to this workshop, which is arranged by Motiva and EREK, which is the European Resource Efficiency Knowledge Center, and which will be presented later in more detail. And about the program we are having today, we are having several different sessions. The first session is about resource efficiency through industrial symbiosis, so more general. And then after the break, we will have another session where we will hear our international experiences in promoting industrial symbiosis, and we will discuss how and what we can learn from each other. And then after lunch, we are having a third session where we are focusing more on our experiences in Finland regarding industrial symbiosis. And in the end of the day, we will still have a workshop where we are discussing the barriers and how to resolve the barriers of industrial symbiosis. I hope that many of you will stay until the workshop also, because it will be very fruitful discussion, and we are hoping that we will get more ideas and we can share our experiences there too. And then in the end, after the workshop, we are experts from the EREK projects are staying here, and there is a possibility to discuss with us one-on-one or in a small group. So please also stay for that part, even though we have a very nice weather outside, but hopefully we will enjoy it in the evening then. So thank you and welcome again, and then I will give the speech to Suvi, and we will have a small questionnaire.
Yes, first we want to know who you are, and we would like you to take your cell phones on hand and then go to address menti.com and enter this code 337519, and you'll have a question there. So we want to know how you're involved with industrial symbiosis at the moment.
Working?
No? Actually, no. Sorry? We can see your answers already. It's working.
Surprising.
Hietaniemi 1, 2, 3 is the keyboard word. Yes. of you have already answered. Okay. To show it to you, the results, but actually the biggest part of you are from intermediaries promoting industrial symbiosis, 15 of you, and six of you are authorities and policymakers, and 3 of you are partner in an industrial symbiosis, and 4 of you are from research-related organizations. Oh, yes! There we go! Finally! Now we have to get off from here too. Nina, come back! Just to continue with the presentations. Yes. So now we know who we are. Yes, the day will be started from the welcome words from European Commission. I would like to ask on the stage Ocean, Wayfarers Media, please welcome. And I can explain a little bit about the mics today. We are going to make a video recording, so that's why we need 2 microphones, one for the audience so that they can hear us, and one for the video recording.
Can you play this up? Yes. Well, thank you. Good morning, all. So I'm Ocean Wayfarers Media. I work at DG Grow in a unit on advanced technologies, social economy, and clusters. And we launched a few years ago the EREK project, and we work on this project. I want first to thank the organizers, Motiva, for organizing this other workshop, part of EREK project. I want to thank you all for coming. And I'm going to get back at the end of the presentation on the EREK project, the objectives of the project. But first, I want to present a bit of EU priorities on business support. So the objective of EU on business support are included in the EU single market, so which aims, you have here on the presentation a few objectives of the single market, of course, to ensure the free movement of goods across Europe, to have companies that can operate on a European market, so and making sure that we have all the same standards in terms of protection of the environment or consumers. I'm not going to detail the whole program that it is, but we have an investment plan to help companies to get investments, the Capital Markets Union. We also have an objective of simplifying VAT requirements. I just pointed one of the initiatives of the single market is the SME help desk, because one big axis of our DG and the European Commission is to help SMEs to access the market. So SMEs can find information through this help desk. And I want to talk a bit about the COSME program, which is really dedicated to boost the competitiveness of enterprises and SMEs. So it's a budget of 2.3 billion over the current period. 60% is devoted to two financial instruments. So you can see the loan guarantee facility and the equity facility for growth. These are instruments that provide guarantees, either guarantees or dedicated to investments for financial institutions and capital funds to provide, to help them to provide loans for SMEs to grow, to expand. We have the rest of the program is also dedicated to other initiatives, such as another initiative that my unit works on is the European Cluster Collaboration Platform. So it brings about 1,000 clusters all around Europe, and the idea is really to help SMEs through these clusters to provide trainings for them or help to digitalize to partners or to operate at on a more global market. So I can invite you to go on the European Cluster Collaboration Platform. There is a website, and also the EREK project is also financed through COSME program. Another instrument that I want to present today is, maybe you know about it, it's the H2020, Horizon 2020 program, and about 20% of the budget of this Horizon 2020 program goes to SMEs. So it's more research and innovation driven. We have an SME instrument that can provide help SMEs to have funding for all phases of innovative projects. So the feasibility phase, the test and pilot phase, but also the commercialization. And we have two other financing facilities that are directed, focus on SMEs. It's a bit of what I presented before, guarantee and equity funds. And also, H2020, it's a financing instrument for industrial symbiosis and circular economy. And I will now leave the floor to Fabien Porcher, who is a colleague of mine and who will present the EU priorities on these two aspects. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam.
Just a minute.
Yes.
Yep.
Sorry.
And you can put it in the pocket.
Not used to that. Okay, well, good morning, everyone. My name is Fabien Porcher, if that works. Yeah. So I'm going to complement a little bit what Ocean just told you about SME support and business support, focusing a little more on circular economy activities and industrial symbiosis, of course, because this is what you're interested in. And by the way, it's great to see that there are so many people still at the end of this circular economy marathon here in Helsinki, still attending such an event. So thanks for being here and thanks for the invitation. So the landmark program that we have in terms of circular economy at the EU level is, of course, our circular economy action plan. So I'm just taking for granted, maybe wrongly, that most of you are familiar with it, but I'm still going to dwell a little bit into it, focusing on aspects that are relevant for industrial symbiosis. So the Circular Economy Action Plan is divided into five main, let's say, areas. One of them is production, the other one is consumption, waste management, secondary raw materials, and of course this is what you are mostly interested in, and the cross-cutting horizontal one, which is innovation and investment. On top of that, there are five focus areas, let's call them focus areas. The most, let's say, famous one, and the one that you can read about in the press, is plastics, with the plastic strategy. I'm not going to present that, but you might also be interested in knowing, in particular for the Finnish audience, that there is one focus area also on biomass and bio-based products. So this is basically the calendar. The Circular Economy Action Plan was launched in 2015. It is a set of 54 initiatives. Some of them are legislative, some of them are not. And obviously I'm not going to present all of 54, but this is basically the timeline from December 2015 when the action plan was presented, including the waste management legislative proposals that we put forward and that were eventually adopted last year in the spring of 2018. And you can see here that there were three main, basically, delivery moments, so-called circular economy packages, with another one which might be interesting for you, which is the second one, where we presented a legislative proposal on organic and waste-based fertilizers, which was adopted very recently by the European co-legislators just before the European Parliament broke for the European elections. The last package, the fourth one, was published in March this year, and I'm not going to present it all, but I just want to raise your attention on the implementation report that we published on the 4th of March, presenting the state of play on all 54 actions and presenting also some key recent data from the monitoring framework on the circular economy that we have at EU level, and some, let's say, open challenges that I'm going to present very, very lightly at the end. In terms of production, well, one interesting element for you to be aware of is the eco-design and energy labeling requirements that are now being implemented. So I'm not aware whether all of you are familiar with the eco-design and the eco-design directive and the energy labeling regulation, but basically these are two 10-year-old instruments that we're using to include circular economy requirements into product measures that apply to energy-related products. So this is an ongoing work. Another measure you can be interested in is the best available technique reference documents under the industrial emission directives, which basically sets requirements and standards for member states to allow industrial plants to be built, and many of them now are include circular economy aspects. On consumption, one element you can be interested in is the product environmental footprint exercise, the so-called BEF, the first one you can see here, which is an LCA based methodology, which we've had a pilot on that. It was a hell of a lot of work from 2013 to 2018. So this is basically the most, to my knowledge, the most advanced LCA-based exercise that was carried out to assess the environmental footprint of products in partnership with the industry.
Sorry, 1 minute?
1 minute. Oh my God! So
you can take 2 of mine.
Okay. Another element, of course, is the legislative proposals on waste management that we adopted last year. So if I have only 1 minute, I'm not going to dwell on that. But so maybe from an industrial symbiosis perspective, the most interesting aspect is that criteria for byproducts and end of waste status are now clarified. So compared to the previous situation. So basically the responsibility for establishing criteria for byproducts and end of waste is mainly with national member states now, with some exceptions and with the possibility, of course, for the EU to always step in and set European-wide criteria in case it's relevant. On secondary raw materials, one exercise that is certainly very relevant from an industrial symbiosis perspective is the interface, the analysis of the interface between the product, chemicals and waste legislation, here the second one, whereby we identify 4 key challenges, but I'm aware I don't have time to present them.
Please say, I'm the next presenter. You
Okay.
can have my 2-3 minutes.
Okay, so this is basically an ongoing, this is one of the, we're here in the heart of what the circular economy means, because basically it's addressing the inconsistencies, possible inconsistencies between these 3 areas of legislation. One of them being, of course, the end of waste problem, basically. Which is partially resolved with the new rules on waste management. Another one is on substances of concern, legacy substances, in particular their presence and their traceability in materials. So this is basically an open-ended exercise that will go way beyond the Circular Economy Action Plan and way beyond 2020. So stay tuned. Still from an industrial symbiosis perspective, one element that you must be aware of is the so-called CirClean project that our department, DG Grow in the European Commission, is launching. So this is a big project specifically dedicated to reporting on industrial symbiosis and to eventually, hopefully, setting up an industrial symbiosis European network. That's the idea. So this project was just launched. The evaluation is at its final stage, but in case there are questions, of course, I can try to address them and to answer. But basically the idea is really to come up with a uniform, uncontroversial way of reporting on industrial symbiosis and getting a better idea of what is happening. This is an industry-led initiative, so this is not something where the European Commission is pushing in one way or another. One final word on the European Circular Economy Stakeholder Platform, which is the central crossroads for circular economy stakeholders to share good practices, knowledge, reports, voluntary commitments as well. This is an initiative that we're sharing with the European Economic and Social Committee, and which in particular has a website where you can contribute. So this is the URL. I'm seeing Per here from Kalundborg, and Kalundborg Symbiosis is one of the good practices, 200 plus, that are now on this website. So you can contribute, you can submit your own content there. Open challenges, really very, very quickly. I'm just going to, this is basically a glimpse into the questions and issues that need to be addressed in the coming years from a circular economy perspective. I'm just going to raise your attention on the first 3 here. The potential of the single market. This is, by the way, complementing what Ocean was saying. The single market is a key tool and a key weapon for us to enforce circularity in the European Union, in particular when it comes to secondary raw materials, where we need robust markets. Exploiting the synergies with climate and with the goal of reaching a climate neutral economy by 2050, and we know that the circular economy is one key avenue to achieving that, and integrated digital transformations. And here again, digital tools are one very powerful means of basically doing industrial symbiosis and exchanging materials, byproducts or waste, in a more efficient way and finding partners. Ocean. Oh.
So just a few minutes.
Yeah, just a few words actually. Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. just a few words on the EREK project. I mean, I'm not going to deep into details. I think you have a presentation later by Anveros on EREK project. Just to say that, I mean, the real objective, it's really a project that helps to, to achieve two of our goals, is to support the SMEs and to support the circular economy, and through a concrete project that aims at having SMEs implementing circular economy and resource efficiency, save and help them to save resources. We are really proud of the network of more than 60 members across Europe that work on the project. So you can see on the website of the project all the database and the catalog, the support programs, the workshop that we do. And just a final word to say that we are now approaching the last steps of the first phase of the project. We have this final conference in September 25th and 26th in Brussels, a high-level conference, plenty of opportunities to speak with EREK members, SMEs as well, on resource efficiency. And I want to add that we are now, in my unit, shaping the second phase of EREK project. I'm going to be here all day, and I really want to hear about your ideas, your feedback on the project if you're members, and I will be very glad to hear any of the challenges you're facing daily and how to better implement this project. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you for Fabian and Ocean. At least Ocean will be here the whole day, so if you have any questions, you can ask later, because we're a little tight schedule today. Okay, next we will hear about Finnish national programs related to circular economy here in Finland. And please welcome Sarjana Tikkanen from the Ministry of Environment.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Good morning on my behalf as well, and I hope you have enjoyed this lovely sunny weather the whole week. And now the very inspiring discussions here with the resource efficiency. Yes, I will just tell you just a little bit about the framework we have, or that kind of a policy goals and policy tools we have for the resource efficiency. I was thinking about running them very quickly, and now I will really speed up and run them extremely quickly. But never mind, you can have that kind of a little bit impression what we have. So this is the content of it. So we have very many strategies where the resource efficiency is emphasized. And then I just open a little bit some of those tools we have. So, well, we have a new government, and we are very happy to have a new government program where the circular economy, firstly, the circular economy is somehow the basis for the economy, and then we will. It is said that an ecologically sustainable Finland will show the way in mitigating climate change and protecting biodiversity. So the resource efficiency is actually a very key role in this, achieving the climate change or the climate policy goals, and also the biodiversity goals. And circular economy is also one of those measures. So it is said in our new government program that they will that the use of natural resources will be responsible and actually also reducing use of natural resources. And we have also new ministries. The Ministry of the Environment and Climate come from the Green Party. She is Krista Mikkonen. And then I will show you just some of those programs we have. And maybe I start with the sustainable consumption programs. It was already published first in 2005, and the main part, or somehow the main impact, is that we got then the material efficiency center, and there was also the promotion of clean tech solutions and also the promotion of sustainable public procurements. And then also in our national waste plan, resource efficiency is very much promoted, because of course when we discuss about the waste hierarchy, the prevention of waste is the first step, and that is totally related to the resource efficiency. And then we have a new plastic roadmap, And there is also the reverse efficiency is promoted through several actions of it. So it is somehow to improve the efficiency of plastic recycling and also to find sustainable solutions to replace the plastics. So there is also the places where we can somehow make the innovation and promote the resource efficiency. And then, of course, our national roadmap to circular economy, which first was published in 2016, and then it was updated this spring. And this is from the first one. There was 5 focus areas, and then there was identified concrete actions, best practices and pilots, and it was really to boost the circular economy in Finland. And resource efficiency was one of those targets. Because it was said that the targets are summarized from the environmental perspective. The first one was the resource efficiency will improve significantly. This was the vision for the 2025 in the roadmap. And there you see somehow the other targets compared to, or related to the environmental perspective. So the material cycle will become more efficient, and it was to somehow to promote the Finland's ecological sustainability and also the competitiveness. And now this is from our new roadmap, which was updated this spring. And there was 4 strategic targets and 4 visions for the key players, and then 26 measures. And one of those 4 strategic targets is natural resources are regarded as scarcities. So that is really means that we need to be resource efficient. And if we look a little bit closer to that target, the key measures to promote it are returning materials to the cycles again and again, and then so closing the loops, and the material efficiency of the products, as was mentioned also or underlined in the previous Commission's presentation. And I really think that when we now have been, for example, in the EU circular economy package, and also in Finland we have quite a lot concentrated now to the waste policy issues and the waste legislation. Now I think the next circular economy 2.0 will be we need to focus more on the product policy and the resource efficiency. So that really will be, we need to find the tools for that and the policy instruments for that one. So we really now are turning to the somehow the beginning of the loops. Of course, we need to still take care of the waste policy issues, but to the product policy is one of those. And then also the circular economy business models. And then our national material efficiency programs, we have got 2, and actually before that we got that kind of a strategy for the natural resource use, which was kind of the first one. So there is also, of course, the target is to increase the material efficiency and at the same time the competitiveness of the companies. And how to do this? There is 3 main measures, I could say. So the voluntary material efficiency commitments, and then material efficiency auditing, and industrial symbiosis and fish network. And we have our first material efficiency commitment is between the Food and Drink Industries Federation and Commerce Federation, and with several ministries. And here is from the fish, and Paula Escala will tell you more about it. I really appreciate this. This is something which I'm always so proud of. And then also we have the marketplace for waste and side streams, materialitori.fi, and Paula will tell that also more about it. And then just to mention some others, tools and policy instruments. So I think the public procurement is very important because there is a lot of money going in the public spending. So there we have Keino Competence Center for Sustainable and Innovative Public Procurement to help those public sector people and cities and municipalities to find the right way to make the public procurement so that it is circular and innovative. And then also Green Deal piloting. First one was the plastic bag agreement, and then we have with the car industry or the car sellers, And there is now, at the moment, there is over 10 green deals which are negotiated. And then, of course, the funding, just to mention, we have Business Finland, as you may know already a lot about. Then I still would like to add one, even if it's not here, that the fiscal instruments, because of course it's the prices which are somehow steering our action, whether it is producers or consumers. So I think that we need to have that kind of maybe a tax shift towards more sustainable consumption and production ways. But it is of course very hard, and that is something which we need to do at the national level, but to have kind of a common approach for it. So thank you very much. This was just mention some about what we have as infrastructure here. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarianne. Are you going to stay here for the break?
Yes, until the break,
Okay,
yes.
Yeah. So questions to Sarianne during the break then. Okay, next I would like to ask on stage Pavel Rutiko from Enviros, Czech Republic. And he's here to tell about the role of EREK, what kind of resources and services it offers to many of you as you work as business intermediaries. Welcome.
Thank you very much, and good morning from my side on behalf of the EREK Consortium. I'm going to introduce you some tools and resources that EREK offers to business support organizations and companies, namely SMEs. I'm pretty sure that it's not necessary to convince you about the importance of resource efficiency as you are attending this workshop. Nevertheless, let me start with some numbers. There was a Eurobarometer survey last year focusing on SMEs, resource efficiency, circular economy, and green markets. And it shows that 50% companies who introduce some resource efficiency measures experience savings in production cost. At the same time, these measures are usually no-cost or low-cost measures, so 55% of those measures, of the measures that were implemented, companies had to invest less than 1% of their turnover. And payback time of such measures is usually up to 5 years, which is acceptable. On the other hand, there are quite differences between large enterprises and small and medium-sized enterprises. Usually SMEs report that they achieve, let's say, lower savings than large enterprises. They also reported that they were going to implement less resource efficiency measures in next years. And almost 2/3 of SMEs face some difficulties when they implement resource efficiency measures, and they ask for support from external organizations. They usually lack resources, not meaning only financial resources, but very, very often, or maybe primary staff resources and time resources. So that's why European Resource Efficiency Knowledge Center is here. We can call it like, say, answer of the European Commission to these problems that SMEs face. And I'm going to go through the specific parts of EREK and show you what support it offers. So the first component is a self-assessment tool, which are the questionnaires focused specifically on 10 priority sectors plus one general questionnaire. The sectors were selected, on one hand, we selected those where resource efficiency potential is the highest, where there are, say, higher negative environmental impacts of the production, but at the same time we wanted to cover both industrial companies, industrial processes, but also services. So there are, for instance, questionnaires for hotels and restaurants or retailers. And the 11th questionnaire is a general one. We call it office questionnaire, so it can be used by any service company who just operate some office, but at the same time by any industrial enterprise, because all of those enterprises also have some administrative part and office buildings. So another component is a database of measures, good practices and technologies. You can see that we have almost 500 records in this database. So it provides examples of some typical resource efficiency measures, and they are categorized into several categories: material, energy, waste management, carbon issues, and water. Then for each measure we have examples of good practices. It means some case studies of companies that have already implemented these measures. And finally, also some technical solutions, technologies. And the third component is a database of support programs, so you can filter according to your country which support measures are available for you, or which support programs exist, let's say, internationally. And this support programs database is also accompanied by database of support organizations who offer this assistance. So if I start with the self-assessment tool, so each questionnaire is visualized in this way. So for each specific industrial process or service organization, you have such a picture of the production side, for example, and you can then address all specific questions and recommendations. So how to start with the self-assessment tool? So on the website of EREK, which is resourceefficient.eu, you can click on the test your performance and then select from those specific sectors according to where your company operates. Then you are asked to log in to register. So then whenever you come back to the self-assessment questionnaire, your answers or all your results are already saved there, so you can come back several times again and again. And then when you have this specific questionnaire, so there are red dots as you can see. Some of them have an exclamation mark, which provides you a direct, immediate recommendation, but most of them have a question mark, and then you are asked to answer specific questions categorized in those energy, materials, etc. categories.
5 minutes.
Okay. So when you answer the questions, all of them or some of them, of course, if you answer all of them, you get much complex picture of your company. Then you receive the report, again categorized into these specific parts. So there are some basic recommendations, but at the same time direct link to the database of measures, good practices and technologies. So you can see based on your answer what measures are the best for you to implement, and you can be inspired by other organizations who have already implemented it. So it's this direct link to the second component, database of good practices, measures and technologies, which are categorized, or you can filter them through sectors, type of resources, investment cost, and you can also filter by tags or type a keyword you are searching for. And I just type industrial symbiosis before my presentation, and there are some 20 records of measures and good practices. So relevant to today's topic, you can find also some information there. So for each measure you get some basic description, how to implement it and what are the benefits. And of course we wanted the benefits not to be only, say, described in a text way, but also translated into concrete numbers, quantified. So there are indicators on costs, on potential annual savings, payback period, and yeah, well, these information are general ones, and then you can find for specific topics the same information. The structure of description of good practices is quite similar, but the difference, of course, is that while the measure is described in a more general way, and you may have, let's say, the range 10 to 30% of savings, here for best practices you received concrete numbers of those companies who provided the information. And the same is for specific technologies. So there was the measure on refurbishment with LED lighting, good practices of companies, and then the technology as such, so the LED lighting. Regarding support programs, there are two main categories. The first category focuses on funding programs or other financial support that companies can get. And then there are measures which we can call like technical assistance. So they go from self-assessment tool, like for instance EREK is as well, through some guidebooks and manuals, databases of good practices, and you can have also some very simple Excel-based calculators. So there is quite a range of those measures, of those programs. Sorry. So I would say there's a lot of records in the database. We are, let's say, smaller consortium of core partners who operate the Resource Efficiency Knowledge Center, but on the other hand, nothing would be possible without all other organizations who are members of the network. So you can see 59 members when I was preparing this presentation. However, at the moment we already have more than 60, as it was presented in a previous presentation, because every month we have new and new members. So definitely, if you want to become part of the network, you are welcome.
2 minutes.
I'm going to conclusion. So the main target audience of the EREK network are business support organizations. So they can use the tools which are available, the database. They can incorporate it into their everyday work with SMEs. They can attend the workshops and other activities of the EREK network, and they have, of course, direct access to all the information. Similarly, of course, companies, SMEs may use EREK tools and resources. They are not, say, direct target audience, but they should be the final beneficiaries of all the resources. And about next steps, we of course aim at further expansion. Still, there are some EU countries which are not covered or not fully covered, so we would like to attract more and more members. We are going to organize other events. For instance, next week, 11th, there is the webinar organized by EREK Network, where there will be main presentation of two business support organizations, one from Italy on energy efficiency and second from Poland on implementation of material efficiency and cleaner production. And well, the international conference was already mentioned. So thank you very much for your attention. Finally, I would like to apologize. I'm not able to stay until the end of the workshop. So if there are any questions, please come to me during the coffee break or lunch break. Thank you.
Many thanks to Yes, and then we have a presentation about the Scalar project. Tiona Howie from EIT Climate Kick will tell more about this Horizon 2020 funded project. Please welcome.
1 second.
It's very tight.
It's very tight.
Okay.
I think so.
Yeah.
Okay, it might fall off.
I don't think so.
Yeah. Okay.
And then the other mic.
Thank you. Okay, so good morning, everyone. My name is Cleona Howie from Climate Kick. And thank you to EREK, thank you to Formativa to having us here. I'm very excited to be here. In fact, I was one of the experts, SME advisors that I helped start the tool back in 2014, the self-assessment tool. So it's exciting for me to see the continuation, the setup of EREK, how it's progressing, and really happy to be part of this event today with another project that relates to it. So EIT Climate Kick is the world's largest private-public partnership on climate innovation. We have 400 community members, mainly in Europe, but we are now stretching across the world. We have offices in China, San Francisco, Israel, and Australia. And we are 100% dedicated to seeing impact on tackling climate change. So part of that for us is obviously largely due to working with circular economy and therefore industrial symbiosis. Today I'm here to present a project which is an H2020 project that Climate Kick is part of called Scalar. Where do I point? Yeah. We're all here in the room today for industrial symbiosis because we understand the importance of the process industry, both SMEs and large enterprises, and its contribution to Europe's economy, but also as having heavy emitting industries for CO2. So hence, Scalar was born. What do we want to try to do with Scalar? We want to see, we're all here because we understand industrial symbiosis. We see potential benefits, we see great case studies like Kallenberg, but we want to know, does it truly have potential? Can we scale up industrial symbiosis in Europe? Is a hypothesis? Is it possible? And secondly, what will we achieve if we do it? So that's what this project set out to do. We have five delivery partners. Climate Kick is one of them. We have Qantas in Switzerland, Strain Innovation in France, we have ISQ in Portugal, and we have the University of Cambridge in the UK. We're looking at these key areas that you see here, but really we want to see what are the best practices in industrial symbiosis that are out there. Obviously some of them are here in this room, and we know a lot of them, but really look at them in detail. We want to do basic increasing awareness around industrial symbiosis for policymakers, for intermediaries, business support organizations, SMEs. We want to identify and understand the environmental impact in a quantitative way of what industrial symbiosis achieves and can achieve, like I said, its potential. We want to facilitate and accelerate cross-sectorial technology transfer and knowledge transfer. Again, we want to quantify what are the reductions, not just CO2, but operational, logistic costs. How can this be a benefit to companies in real practicalities? And obviously, best practices for policymakers. We've seen today the Circular Economy Plan from Finland. Many of us in the room know that Circular Economy National Plans and obviously the EU Circular Economy Package identifies industrial symbiosis as a really, really useful tool for achieving circular economy goals. But why is it not being used enough? How can we speed that up? Importantly, this slide, I want to say that we're looking at this always from the systemic approach. We are not interested, really, in single-point interventions or having one company achieving good industrial symbiosis or even one industrial park achieving industrial symbiosis. We want to scale up, hence the name scalar, right? And this is needed to be done across all the levers, all the triggers to unlock the true potential. And particularly Climate Kick, we're very interested in the systemic approach and what we call deep demonstration. So how can we do all this simultaneously? It sounds impossible. It probably is, but we're working on it. Where did we start? We started with what we knew. We know of 25 good case studies around the world. We started there, did in-depth research. Where did they start from? What did they learn? Were there failures? What are their successes? How did they get to where they've got to? So we did a benchmark on this study. Then we started looking at all these different factors and elements. A lot of this stuff we know today, it seems like common sense, but we really tried to pull it together in a consolidated way, the learnings on what are the incentives for companies, what are the benefits, what is the role of intermediaries, who are the stakeholders out there when you talk about systemic approach, who are the stakeholders needed to pull it together, how can we face the challenges that we see, right, with the barriers, what are the key enabling technologies, and how we can incorporate industrial symbiosis into the decision-making processes. We put it in our strategies, but then how do we actually make it happen in decision-making? So in particular, I should tell you that it's a 2.5-year project. We're 1.5 years in. We have a year left. So we have plenty of reports and deliverables already published on our website. So you can see some of the results already that we've discovered. And it is obviously still ongoing, so we have a lot of work still to disseminate, but you can start checking out some of the results. So we started with the benchmark. Secondly, we also looked at mapping industrial sites in Europe. So what kind of industries do we have? Who are they? Where are they? And do a classification, categorization of them. Obviously, this leads to a database on the industrial sectors we have. So we have a good understanding of what we're dealing with. This is the fun part. This is when we start thinking about, okay, we want to scale this up. We want to do a systemic approach. Where are the hotspots? Where is that potential? Where's that untapped potential that we are not using? The systemic approach, as I mentioned, takes into account all the inputs, all the outputs, and everything in between. You can see here's some of the kind of data that we collected. And we're starting to show results. This doesn't even do it justice. We identified like 16,000 potential synergies. Then we tried to break it down into what does that mean, 16,000 potential synergies, based on a specific methodology that was developed for Scalar, right? An algorithm that was specifically developed to apply to all this information that we had, looking at existing best practices as we know them, looking at BREFs, looking at information from industrial partners, looking at other resources. And we started pulling this all together. We found who are the sender sectors, who are the receiver sectors. We started producing graphs on understanding the knowledge that we were collecting, and then we started mapping the synergies. These are some examples of how we mapped the synergies. This is another example of waste recovery, fuel production. We have all this put this all into a database where it's very sophisticatedly categorized and classified. And we're building tools now to be able to use this material to be able to give real-life practical information to end users and to other interested parties. These are the benefits that we're coming up with. We can improve performance, we can reduce costs. In fact, overall, we have estimated that 104 million tons of CO2 can be reduced if we unleash this potential of industrial symbiosis. Many of those are direct synergies, but we also consider indirect synergies. This is what we call a scalar offer. This is what's coming out of the project, what people can use, what we can share. The tools, the methodology, the identification of the synergies, obviously the database of the sites, how we engage stakeholders, right? It's very, very complex to get the right people on board to be talking, value mapping, and also a specific life cycle assessment analysis was used. We still have a year to go. We really would like to encourage people to get involved in Scalar, to use the information, to get in contact. We're going to be hosting 5 regional workshops across Europe to be able to share this information, pull in further insights to understand how we can apply the information in regional settings. We would like to invite you to check out the website to find out. We haven't set the sites on these regional workshops, so most likely be Portugal, France, Germany, Brussels, right? This will be about between September and December this year. So check it out if you want to be involved, to understand more about the tools and the methodology that we designed. If you want to understand how you can identify synergies for your particular case, or even if you're an intermediary, I think there's a lot of intermediaries here today we saw, is what's your role in understanding how you can support companies in identifying their potential. Also, we have at the end of the project, which is about March, April, I was commenting this morning with a colleague here, we are going to host the final conference. This final conference, we're going to absolutely avoid just repeating what we already know. We want to pull people together based on, we have 25 case studies, for example. We have Kallenberg. What do they know already? What do they need to get to improve this? We also have people who are starting on industrial symbiosis. What can they learn from those case studies? How can they leapfrog on knowledge and technology transfer? We've identified in this project key enabling technologies. So what does that mean for companies who want to take this on and make that kind of investment? It'd be really useful to understand access to finance for those key enabling technologies. So how does the European Commission support access to finance for industrial symbiosis implementation? And we'll pull that all together in our final conference. Again, we'd encourage you to follow us so you can know when those dates are, because we don't know them specifically right now, but if you sign up as a stakeholder or receive info, we'll make sure we get in touch. What else do I want to share? Key messages I think are important for everyone to understand. We pulled together an enormous amount of data, but I think that there is still a large-scale lack of specific waste streams that would really even increase the amount of synergies that we were able to identify. We had a breakfast conversation this morning talking about what is needed for transparency and openness on being able to get companies speaking, to be able to share the data that really will help us refine how we identify the potential of industrial symbiosis. And this is a challenge for all of us. So I encourage the discussion maybe to take on that debate. The most unexploited potential that we identified in the receiving sector was the glass and ceramic sector. The most advanced sectors in terms of industrial symbiosis were cement and steel. I think that's not a surprise for most of you. And there's an important link between environmental impact and mass. And finally, which I've alluded to already, is indirect synergies are the most unexploited synergies in general, right? The direct are more obvious. But the indirect are also extremely important to include in this. I think that's all from me. Yeah, this is not me. One last point is there are several Climate Kit colleagues here who are very happy to also answer questions. So we have Maria here, Laura over here, and Christine way in the back. So if you want to ask questions, you want to know more about Scalar, if you also want to know more about the role of an institution like Climate Kick and what we do to facilitate this and why we are strong facilitators on this kind of activity for accelerating circular economy in general, then please get in touch with any of us. We're very happy to talk to you. I think Laura probably has cards on Scalar, so if you want to take a little business-sized card on Scalar so you have the information, you know where to look, just grab one from Laura. And that's all from me. Thank you.
Really impressive work. So if you have questions now, we have a break. Let's have 10 minutes and get back to here at 10:30. Yeah. You have toilets in there, or if you walk through the restaurants, you have more toilets there. And use the opportunity to discuss with the speakers today.
Ja meillä on nyt semmoinen kysely meillä on olisiko teillä mahdollisuutta olla välittänyt suomalaisille pk-yrityksille jollain tavalla
No, meillä ei sinänsä ole sellaisia suoria kanavia, että me voidaan markkinoida, mutta tietysti me voidaan aina joskin uutiskirjeistä sisällyttää. Mutta mä en tiedä, onko meillä on lähdössä sellaista jotain sopivaa, kun voin ostaa sen teidän esitteen. Joo, niin me voidaan johonkin. Joo.
Toki tänne on mennyt database kaikkea, mutta se on aina kuitenkin eri, kun se lähtee useasta lähteestä.
Joo. Mutta voidaan siis, ei se ole suoramarkkinointia, mutta jos me lähtisi joku soveltava uutiskirja, niin me voidaan sitten lisätä. Joo, otetaan. Kyllä, nimenomaan. Joo, kiitos.
Joo, mulla siis vaikuttaa, kun avasin täältä näitä raportteja, niin ihan hyvältä näyttää.
Luulin, että sä olit Pia tuomassa niitä paneelituoleja. Pitäisikö meidän laittaa ne 5 tuolia vai saadaanko me irrotettua?
Valmiiksi. Eikö siihen hakea lounaalla?
Maybe Suville, että vaikka mainitsit tuossa alussa, että noi tulee nämä esitykset saataville tai tilaisuuden jälkeen, kun niistä kysyttiin tuolta. Okay. Että onko näitä esitykset.
Okay, we are about to continue. I would like to ask you all to sit down in your seats.
Relax.
Is it okay to put it on tight?
Yeah, that's fine, thank you.
Project which is identifying potentials for synergies and then
Oh, sorry. You're welcome. Sorry.
Sarianne will say just a few words.
I was just thinking about if I just mentioned that we are going to prepare the council conclusions on the circular economy. I forgot it. Just 1 minute.
Okay, I think we're ready to continue. Peter Leifborg's presentation, Sarianne will have a few words with us.
Thank you very much. Yes, I just want to let you know that when our Finnish presidency of the EU Council will start the 1st of July. So concerning the circular economy, it is under our presidency that we are going to prepare the Council conclusions on the circular economy. And I'm sure that there we will raise the question about the product policy and the resource efficiency. So we will have those council conclusions on the circular economy during our presidency.
It'd be brilliant if we have a conversation.
And now I invite here Peter Leifborg. He's the, can I call you as a father of National Industrial Symbiosis Program?
No.
You can. Okay, so you can present yourself then.
Please welcome.
Oh, thank you. And a big thank you to the previous speakers who I thought have set the context really well. I've got far too many slides. I've already apologised for that, but I think it's indicative of the activity and excitement in this area at the moment. There's an awful lot going on. So I will go through rather rapidly, but I believe that the presentations are available. So, anything you miss by me going through too quickly, you can pick up on the presentation after. Okay, as it's the World Circular Economy Forum, I thought I'd do a brief world tour about what's going on around the entire world rather than just being UK focused or Eurocentric. So a tiny bit about us, and then our methodology, which we've exported, a focus on the brilliant support given by the European Commission over a decade now, where it's now spread across the world, some of the lessons that we've picked up, and finally a few words about the future. This is what gets us out of bed in the morning. I'm sure you've seen this slide a lot this past few days, but maybe not this. On the 15th of May, we've exceeded 415 parts per million on CO2 for the first time in human history. So why am I talking about climate change mitigation? Because resource efficiency has the best potential to address climate change. And this is true of many economies, not just the UK. So resource efficiency, climate change, you can't divorce them. They're absolutely connected together. So, what do? You may have heard of the NIST programme that we started off back in 2002, I think it was. So we took that programme, we tested it in the UK and wanted to see if it worked in other economies. We found it did, so we took the methodology across the world. We're finding more and more strategic applications for industrial symbiosis now in planning, in post-disaster, post-conflict areas, so lots of different applications for it. We underpin all this with data, which is why I enjoyed the Scalar presentation so much. Data is so key in advancing this topic. So we have a software package called Synergy. We have a not-for-profit for most of our work in Africa. We work with governments. We were proud to host the G7 back in 2015 on this topic. We do a bit of original research, Horizon 2020 mainly, and we do a little bit of thought leadership on the topic. So, 15 years ago, you'll find a few dots on the world map. Our friends from Kallenborg, friends from Netherlands, a little bit of byproduct synergy in North America, the top-down model from Korea. But in just 15 years, that's just where we've been. So, sorry about my carbon footprint, but that's just where we've been, and of course there are other companies working in this area. So across six continents, and particularly in more recent years, Africa is becoming a little bit of a hotbed in this area. Our methodology, conceptually, very simple. It's hard work, but what isn't hard work, but the concept is very simple. We build a network, we make that network work, we identify the opportunities through opportunity mapping, we have that database support to help advance that, but we use facilitators. I don't think our technology ICT at the moment can replace facilitators. You need that human element to engage with companies and move forward. And finally, of course, we measure the impact, which is, of course, is vital. If you get it right, you get some remarkable outputs. This happens to be England over an 8-year period, and you can see you can have your economic, social, and environmental outputs at the same time. And again, going back to the Scalar presentation, it's that systemic approach which is key. So at the same time as reducing carbon 42 million tonnes, we can create 10,000 jobs and save industries over 1.2 billion euros. So you can have it all. I mentioned the software, and what excites me at the moment, I'm not a software geek, by the way, I can't even operate my own system, but what we have here is something which isn't advanced because it's using artificial intelligence. So it's not a passive system, it's got a recommender in there, and it's now got direct company access, and it uses big data. So you can pre-populate the system, again, to help identify synergies. So that's a quick advert for Synergy 4.0. The UK has been pretty pathetic in the last 4 or 5 years in this area, I have to say, but we've woken up at last, and we've got 3 initiatives at the moment, which I think are reasonably exciting. Smart waste tracking. Now, this was designed to fight waste crime, but we've persuaded the government now to use that data to help identify industrial symbiosis opportunities. And if you think of the power of knowing all the waste, where it's going, its proper codification, quantities, timing, everything, what we can do with that data in a positive way rather than just using it for waste crime. 3 government departments have come together to trying to put together a national materials database, I think principally for the reason of resource security, material scarcity. And our research community have just approved, I think, a £5 million programme to set up a manufacturing research network. Now, that network, we're not letting the academics run away and do it themselves because that would be a disaster. So what we do have, we have industry partners and government partners in that, so we can help direct the researchers to meet business need rather than them go away and just invent things on their own. So a very integrated, if you like, public-private partnership there. And I think they've put £5 million behind that. And we're one of the industry partners behind it. Back to Europe as a whole now, the Commission have been, again, brilliant in supporting this type of activity over 10 years now. It started off just as a best practice example in the Waste Framework Directive back in 2009. But if you look at this slide, you can see how it's infiltrated industry, entrepreneurship, energy, circular economy, what else have we got now? Resource efficiency, entrepreneurship. So it's permeated quite a lot through the Commission. And finally, in 2018, it actually got into law by amendments to the Waste Framework Directive, prioritising replicable practices of industry symbiosis. So it's now actually mandated for member states to promote this type of activity. DG Grow commissioned a report back in 2018 that was led by TNO and Technopolis. We had a small contribution to make, but it actually started putting some numbers in this area. So the estimate was across the EU member states, there's a potential of 73 billion cost savings alone per year. So it's a huge number, huge number. They recommend facilitated, publicly supported models because it does address market failures. There's no real commercial models out there at the moment of this type that are working very effectively. And of course, a supportive policy environment is quite important. In the tender that our colleague from the Commission mentioned about setting up a network across Europe, they made some observations in the call for tender. One is that they expect it to grow quite quickly. We need more industrial symbiosis solutions. There are a lack of common standards. And to address that common standard issue, we got a good start. We've now got a pre-standard on industrial symbiosis. It was a consensus building process with academics, politicians, practitioners, businesses, and it took about 10 months to develop in this consensus building process. And we had the good fortune to chair that, but it was launched by Janusz Potocznik in Brussels back in February 2018 and published in December. So I would recommend you getting hold of that document. If you go to SEN website, you can get it for free. Skills agenda. Oh my goodness. Skills agenda. The Commission have recognised that deficit, and they've just launched a €4 million programme for vocational industrial symbiosis training, which I think is quite important. Okay, let's do the world tour now very, very quickly. Cairo, 10 months ago. So same type of activity, same workshop. You see it right around the world. Cairo, this is our friends in Canada, and they've just had their funding renewed yesterday, I believe. Again, all got good impacts, all verified. So it's happening in North America. This is the most recent project in Israel, in North Israel, all SMEs, but already after 3 months they're getting synergies, and the Ministry of Industry there is delighted. I don't read Hebrew, but apparently it says they're trying to make lots and lots of savings through this approach. And that again is a typical output report, which we get all around the world. Lots of companies, good engagement, high opportunity value, good customer satisfaction in terms of the companies. Our friends in South Africa, Western Cape. Now here, it's funded by the city, so the city supports it rather than direct from the government. And again, they've had very good success, and I think they picked up on an award at the Circulars last year. I have to mention Invest Northern Ireland. It's a regional development agency, the only one we've got left in the UK as it happens, but they've supported this now for 13 years, 13 years of continued investment, and that's what you need. And they're just about to sign a contract there for another 4 years, so that will be a 17-year programme. They've recognised that there's no diminishing returns in this area and it needs sustained support. So hats off to Invest Northern Ireland. And again, excellent results in an economy which is dominated by SMEs. In Turkey, I've just finished some work over there, and it's their Ministry of Tech Industry again that are driving this. They've got a national roadmap now, and part of that is that, again, they've had excellent results on the ground. Most of this comes from a small area called Eskişehir in Turkey, and it's a European Commission project, Sharebox, but you can see that particularly on the economic indicators, it's far exceeded the expectations. Okay, success factors very quickly. Full-time practitioners I would recommend. The engagement model, all sizes, all sectors, very holistic. Not only dealing with materials, but water, energy, capacity, logistics, you name it. Data, key, and sustained investment. Those are my top 5, if you like, success factors. And the biggest market failure for me is that time poverty of SMEs. They really do not have time to do this type of material without assistance. That's why public sector needs to get engaged and help them. They just do not have the time. I think we're having a session this afternoon in the workshop about barriers, so I won't crack on about this one now. But looking into the future, the reactive demand-led model, like the NIST model, there's still enormous opportunity out there, absolutely enormous. It's just hard to quantify it, but we tried in that report, the 73 billion euros. Enormous opportunity. On the proactive or the planning model, these applications keep on coming out the woodwork, so much more to do in that area as well. But both of the above are now making use of artificial intelligence, big data, machine learning, so we're taking advantage of the new technologies. It's becoming increasingly explicit now in policy. If you look at the European Commission, Israel, Turkey, it's at national level in policy. And sustainability, why do we crack on that these programs have to be self-sustaining? If they deliver economic benefit, social benefit, environmental benefit, and they give the government a big tax return, well, why not leave it alone? It's madness to say that they have to be self-sufficient, and the reason they can't be is precisely because of those market failures that we've talked about. So, we choose what's sustainable, and so don't mend what isn't broken. And thank you very much for listening, and I'm sorry I had to rush through rather quickly.
And we'll be hearing your thoughts and ideas more later in the panel discussion. And then next, Bettina Gilbert from RAP. Is she here?
Yeah, I'm right here.
Oh, yeah.
I snuck up.
And she will be telling us
it's a bit
how the bioeconomy in Wales has been growth lately through the promotion of industrial symbiosis. Please welcome.
Great, thank you. Sit. All right, my name is Bettina Gilbert. I'm a program manager for RAP. I lead our work with businesses in Wales. Just really quickly, I'll just introduce you to, that's the wrong way, to RAP. So RAP, we're a partner in the EREK project, and we were involved in the original UK Industrial Symbiosis project. The way that we work is we seek to reduce waste and increase resource efficiency. We work with business, governments, and consumers. And our focus really is on food waste prevention, resource management, sustainable plastics, and clothing. So we have a very specific focus on certain materials, and our approach to industrial symbiosis is really embedded in our work looking at these materials. So we also take a very systems-led approach. We identify where waste arises, and then we work with stakeholders and partners to determine why the waste is arising and how these linkages interact across the system to make sure that we don't have any kind of unintended consequences. We take this whole systems view. And then we also look at barriers and opportunities, and we work with the value chain to agree actions and priorities, and also to set targets. So this slide here is an example of some of our work on our plastics pack, the UK plastics pack. You might be familiar with it. This is from our strategy to develop, it's from our work to develop a strategy for recycled content in the UK. So it's looking particularly at HDPE plastics and what's supposed to be a closed loop system. We're looking at milk bottles here, basically. So bottle to bottle recycling. But you can see actually that there's quite a lot of losses in the system. So this is what it's telling you, is that in household waste, we actually have a loss of 35% of materials. And so this is the way that we work. It's just an example of how we work. So this approach is taken also with our work on food waste prevention and our work on the food waste prevention plan. So this was developed in partnership with the grocery industry body in the UK, and it's our work on food waste prevention and valorization that I'll talk to you about now. So really our work on industrial symbiosis in relation to food waste focuses on valorizing food waste and actually avoiding food waste and considering it, there we go, as a byproduct. So the way that we do this is we take what we call a target, measure, act approach, and we really believe that by understanding where waste occurs in the very first instance is how you need to address that waste. And so a core element to our waste reduction and valorization or industrial symbiosis work in this area is to identify where waste is happening and to put systems in place to monitor and report these using standardized reporting tools. So RAP has worked really closely to develop a global standard reporting tool for food waste. And once we've identified that waste, we can then look at what actions we need to reduce the food waste across the supply chain. And so this approach provides a framework to identify and act upon opportunities not only to minimize but also to valorize waste. So you can see here that we work to the, we work to the Sustainable Development Goals 12.3 to reduce food waste by 50%. By 2030, and prioritizing high-value valorization or high-value industrial symbiosis. So in Wales, what we've done is we've kind of taken this one step further. We've also developed a map. So this is a map of what opportunities are possible in the bioeconomy in Wales, where food waste can provide a valuable feedstock to important products used across the economy. And therefore, we've developed a number of tools, so this map is just one of them, to help us identify opportunities, sources of materials, and potential users of these materials. And then also look at the economic and environmental factors that need to be taken into consideration. So looking at where we have to transport materials, proximity can be a real make or break decision when it comes to industrial symbiosis, and looking at the environmental impacts and also the cost benefit analysis. So this is basically what we call the SMARTY tool. So all of those dots are different industries or people in the bioeconomy in Wales who either have materials, waste materials, or are using waste materials. This is an interactive tool. It's actually posted on our website. And if you click through, you can look at exactly who that company is, what materials they're using. You can look at their waste arising, so you see materials that can be used for valorization opportunities. And in particular in Wales, we found that the drink sector offers lots of opportunities. So what does this valorization look like in practice? Really interestingly, on a very basic level, when I was flying my way over here from the UK, I was reading the Fin Air magazine, and there was a really good example actually of a brewery in Helsinki, a microbrewery called Bruniverse. And what they're doing is they're making beer from barley byproducts, replacing malt barley with waste bread from a national bakery. And what they do is they make a bread that's called, I'm not going to try to pronounce it in Finnish, but it translates to English as leftover beer. So that's what happens kind of on the input side, but what about the waste from the brewery sector? So what this does is we've kind of mapped what that brewery sector looks like in Wales, and some of the opportunities that are happening not only in the UK but actually across Europe in terms of development of valorization opportunities for food waste. So some examples including using a small proportion of spent grain and draff, which is like the waste material from the brewing process, as a substrate for growing specialty mushrooms. This draff is quite often used as a fertilizer already, so this is kind of adding a little bit more value by putting it into really specialty mushrooms. So we're talking about, shiitakes and things that you might buy in the grocery store that cost a little bit more. You can also establish a process for drying spent yeast for sale as a yeast commodity product, so things like Marmite. Also, you can look at using a distillation process for polyphenol extraction. So polyphenol is an antioxidant used in the healthcare and food processing industries. So now we're talking about actually taking a waste from a food product and adding a lot more value to it. You can also use hydrolysis to create acetone, butanol, and ethanol. You can use protein extraction for use in animal food and pharmaceuticals, so again, adding more value. And there's some research that's being done in Europe around actually creating xylitol, which is a food sweetener from brewery waste. So I'm going to move forward a little bit. Great. And skip past this slide. This just shows you a little bit more detail of one of the very top chains in the previous slide. So it's what it looks like in practice. And this is Celtic Brewery in the UK, in the process that they use. So last year in Wales, we actually investigated what the bioeconomy in Wales means, what it looks like. And we found many examples of research projects and businesses that all contribute to the Welsh bioeconomy and drive the development of higher skilled jobs. So it's really what Peter was saying, that actually these are quite high skilled jobs that we're looking at. And it also increased the productivity of Welsh businesses. And we created a picture of the scale of predicted bioeconomy growth. So this is opportunities for industrial symbiosis and valorization without positive intervention. So there's quite a lot of growth that's happening organically on its own, but we recognize that with investment, this growth could be accelerated. And we found that the food manufacturing will remain a hugely important sector in Wales. So this is the yellow bars there. So it's going to remain, it's quite big, but it's going to remain about static. But really what was interesting was to see the growth potential in the research sector, which is the green bars up there. And that's happening through the exploitation of existing centers of expertise. Great, okay. So we do actually have a lot of work that we do in this area, working specifically with SMEs. We've developed a number of tools and provide actually technical support. So the very first thing that we do is we usually go in with a business and we start by mapping their waste. And this is followed by business case development. But what we've done is we've developed a business case toolkit that, again, is available on our site. Because what we want to do is we work with businesses. I think they need the support, so you'll see that later in one of my slides. But we also want to give them the tools to do some of this themselves if we aren't there to hold their hand. And then recently we've launched a capital grant scheme in the UK to support some of these activities. That's through DEFRA. And we also have the mapping, which you've seen, and a number of case studies. Another thing that we do is we provide technical support, so we get an expert in there to really look at what the opportunities are, always seeking out those higher value opportunities. So these are just a few quick examples. We've already talked about the distilleries and the brewing opportunities. So Get Wonky is somebody who produces fruit juices from apples, from misshapen surplus fruit. So that's already kind of an industrial symbiosis opportunity that's happening there. But RAP gave them some technical support, and we established that the pomace, so the waste at the end of the juice making process, could be used to produce pectin, which is a high value product. So that was a really good opportunity for them. Brooksgrove Farm is a farm in Pembrokeshire, so it's quite a rural area. And they produce strawberries and raspberries. And if you make strawberries, if you produce strawberries and raspberries, you have strawberry and raspberry waste. This can be up to 50% of their yield. So it's quite a loss for them, all this fruit that they've lost. And so we found that they could actually convert this fruit to high value fruit syrups, and that they could turn this loss-making product into delivering a profit of over £200,000 a year, which is quite substantial for a small business. Okay, and what lessons have we learned? I think RAP will always say data, data is king. It underpins everything we do. So measurement is key to identifying these opportunities and really looking at the high value opportunities. SMEs really need support to grasp these opportunities. And this is why we've kind of put together some of the tools that we've done. I've already mentioned scale is quite important. So this is not only scale the production opportunity, but scale in terms of distance, supply chains, all of that, in terms of developing the business case. And SMEs quite often also need help looking at regulatory advice and guidance. So thinking about something that was a waste and now it's as a byproduct, is going to be a different regulatory regime. They're going to need support with that. In terms of policymakers, again, we would advocate always this systems-based approach, and also continued investment in capital and research and development. So I'm not going to really talk through the next slide, but basically there's a lot of people who are working in this area of bioeconomy and industrial symbiosis, food waste valorization in the UK. These are just some of the resources. I wanted to include these for when we share the slides later. And that's it.
And as said, all the presentations, you will find them from the EREK website later on, and also the video recording of this event if you missed something. And next we'll hear about experiences in Denmark, how industrial symbiosis have been promoted there. Welcome, Peter Muller from
Per. That's okay.
10 minutes. Yeah. Welcome.
Thank you. Nice to be here, and already impressed by the progress of all the nice work that I knew a little bit about, but I would love to learn more about, and I will get back to you. Not all, but be happy to discuss this with you and the opportunities this has created for us also. So, I am head of Symbiosis Center Denmark, which is really a program as part of the development department of the Kalundborg municipality. So a public entity, but what we do is we also act as secretariat for the local and world-known Kalundborg Symbiosis, which really is a private association. So of course we work with and around and try to define more specifically into the sustainability development goals. That is obvious, but what we really do is we work as practitioners. we are practitioners and we facilitate practitioners in not only in Kalundborg but also in our region, and we try to do that nationally also. And I think it's important for us to underline here that we really think that this needs to be also in collaboration between public and private. There will be situations and periods where private is the obvious way to go and maybe the only way to go to maybe filter off some noise. But in other instances, it's very important to include public sector and also include procurement opportunities to actually support this. We also heard that during the World Circular Economic Forum during this week. So I really represent this handful of projects in this program called CMO Center Denmark. So we act as a knowledge institution or knowledge center where we try to identify and facilitate industrial CMO projects mainly in Denmark. But I mean, we are expanding now, and specifically I would like to point out that we have a very strong developing network in the Nordic countries now, not to exclude anyone, but I think we have so many things in common. So Paper Province and EIDE Cluster and Digipolis Chemitonia region are some of the key collaborators right now. But we also in the advisory board of Scala and we'll be happy to come with our input there. But sometimes you need to kind of narrow down and focus for a short period before you can step out and maybe present a Nordic model to Europe and the rest of the world and see what our learnings are. So what do we do? Well, practically some of the same approaches that you have presented here today. We actually do meet up with the companies. We go in and have dialogue meetings, pre-screenings and actual screenings, so get at data. And we try to promote green solutions and attract investments in this kind of collaboration, so this public-private way of looking at resource efficiency. We support educational programs. We do research, but we mostly support research, the test and demonstration, because we really need to have these existing and upcoming technologies, or maybe just combining existing technologies to actually be able to upcycle these secondary resource streams to create value. So that's a very important step, is to actually be practitioners in the companies, do test and demonstration in these existing networks where they already have established trust and collaboration. So we can move faster with high ambitions and actually achieve the goals and the value creation. And of course the triple helix. So educational knowledge institution is very important to couple to the public-private network initiatives. Our process of facilitation, well, it's really effective green business models where we reduce production costs and increase competitiveness and growth. Said earlier today, it takes time, it takes resources, it requires data, and it's really a matter of building up relationships and keeping a momentum, and it's maybe a forever activity that has to go on. So we really need facilitators, not only in every country, but in every region, and maybe even closer to each site, to actually keep the momentum and ensure that we have that people meet and that we have somebody who has a history of the knowledge and the relationships. So screening, matching, and anchoring these networks and activities and knowledge is important. I do not have much time, so I just try to wrap up what has been going on and what is going on in Denmark in terms of actually supporting initial or already existing and new initiatives. This map is showing a nice initiative that was created back in 2012. Unfortunately, the program was shut down when a new government came into power. Now we have a new government coming up. We had election yesterday, so and they have claimed they want to put investments into a new green fund, working toward solving the climate crisis, and the green transition will be an important tool in circular economy, definitely also. So I hope this program will be revitalized, but from this we were actually capable of having regional dedicated, call it knowledge provider or network consultants to work with the existing public-private partners in each region to identify potentials, and that's where we actually got this map developed with cases, and some of them are implemented since then. So through that project, a national project, we were able to actually map potentials and create a task force where you can actually then collect specialists to support SMEs. Not only SMEs, but also to grasp the learnings and the knowledge and carry that around as you travel around and support potential initiatives and real cases. So the Kalundborg Symbiosis, the private association with 6 private and 3 public partners, was really starting in '61 with the real private first case in '72. So an old story, not a systemic approach. We're trying to do that now. It wasn't planned, it happened, it grew organically, developed over a long period. But I think it was a result of lack of resources, natural resources in the local environment. So really not a plan to be saving the planet, but this was a result of it. So really a good business plan, so being smart in driving your business when you are limited in resources. So kind of a sense of urgency, not a burning platform, but could develop into it. So it's just smart business working together, and then you realize resource efficiency, making good business, and then the side effect is of course environmental benefits, also innovation, job creation, attracting investments and so on. Yeah, we were able to create a regional symbiosis center as a project, a national symbiosis center as a project, and now we are standing on our own feet, and we are reorganizing, and now we see a great future in actually being a permanent center to further facilitate development in Denmark, but specifically also outside Denmark's borders, to share capacity, to get back information and knowledge to create our own symbiosis and release the potential, but also to contribute to what the great potential that we have and all the good things that have already been realized outside Denmark. So we're starting a national network now for urban and industrial symbiosis, because I think it's important also to bring the link. And may I just underline here that I think it's very important that you, even though your funding may be only coupled to SMEs, that you really do consider as you go along and in your mind and in your planning that you will try to look at linking small and large businesses, because you do have the big streams from the big production, and you do have technologies from SMEs that could support and release the potential of actually upcycling some of these resource streams only. So it's not just a matter of exchanging resources or secondary resource streams, it's also a matter of actually linking new technologies and innovation from SMEs towards realizing the big streams of big industry. This is how Kalundborg Symbiosis look like. So very small city, big businesses. They meet 3 to 4 times a year, and that's what we facilitate. These are the 25 streams really now operating, and just note that some are leaving the industry cluster and actually becoming a value for the local city, but also the region. And value, well, this is what we have from a life cycle analysis assessment, and working together with Copenhagen Economics, that between these 6 private companies and the 3 public ones, we generate this value each year. We will update that, but for now it's I think it's at 35 or 40% of the CO2 we save every year. So and it has an effect for the socio-economic area of 14 million euros a year and 24 million euros for the industries. And if you include taxes and it is more. This is closer to 100 million euros a year savings. So for these few but big companies, this is a great value. And then finally, I'd just like to mention that this is not to brag, but this is just to say that this is happening, and it's been realized and it's been appreciated by the Gothenburg sustainability team. So we have this award, and we're going to use the money to actually try and develop this further and build capacity with you guys and try to develop new projects. So I welcome you hereby to contact us and see what we can do to actually push this even further and at a higher speed with a higher quality. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Per. And now a quick change because we're a little bit late on the schedule today. Paula Eskila from Motiva is just going to tell us about the promotion of industrial symbiosis of the work we've done here in Finland. Please welcome.
Thank you. I will focus in my presentation on the development and running of the national program or approach in Finland, which we call FIS, Finnish Industrial Symbiosis System. And then I will talk a little bit more about this material platform that we have been developing in Finland. And I'm not going to talk about any concrete results because we have the session in the afternoon about what kind of projects and regional projects also we have in Finland, so you will hear about those later. And what we are looking at in our FIS system is we see it as a practical tool to promote in a circular economy, of course, but also bioeconomy and regional development. And it's a systematic way to help companies and other organizations to create partnerships and new business opportunities through more efficient use of raw material, technology, services, and energy. And we have two main targets. One is to create new business or make the profitability of existing business better. And of course, on the other hand, we are looking at resource efficiency, wise use of resources, and closing cycles. And there we are monitoring virgin material savings, greenhouse gas reduction, landfill diversion, increase of recycled and reused materials, and so on. And when we started in 2013, we had a project together with Sitra, and we were working very closely with international synergies, Peter and his team, and we were testing the NISP working methods that Peter already explained, and based on that, we developed our own FIS model, which is very much based on a similar methodology than NISP. And in 2014, we actually started the first regional projects, and in this 2-year period, we engaged 7 regions, and we had at that point we had maybe 400 companies involved. And after that, we have been expanding the network. Until now, we have 14 regions at the moment and about 700 companies. So our plan here is it is pretty much going as we have planned. But of course, we still wish to expand the program to a whole national program so that we would have all our 18 regions involved. And this is how our program is organized. So the actual promotion of the symbiosis is done in regional projects where we have a team of experts who are helping the companies to exchange resource information and networking, and also identifying the synergies, and the team also helps in the facilitation of the synergies. And the data we collect is stored in the Synergy database, which was also mentioned before. And then we also have this expert pool or list of experts collected that the regional practitioners and also the companies can use their knowledge, and if they are, for example, starting new development projects or have some other issues they want to discuss when they are promoting the symbiosis. And Motiva is the national coordinator, so our role is to help the regional teams to perform as well as possible, and we train them also, and then we network the regional facilitators so that they can exchange information, and of course we do a lot of marketing also on our behalf. Here you can see the regional projects we have started since 2014. So we have at the moment, as I told you, 14 regions involved. The ones that are involved are in blue, and the Päijät-Häme is actually also now going on, but it's not there as a blue region. And other measures, as I already told, we have about 700 companies. We have about 5,000 resources now in the Synergy system, and have identified more than 2,500 Synergy opportunities. In the national framework, as Sari-Janne already from the ministry mentioned, that we have the material efficiency program started in 2014, and the development of FIS was a part of that. And now that the updated program was published in 2018, FIS is also mentioned there as one of the strategic tools for companies in promoting material efficiency. And also FIS was mentioned in the National Action Plan for Circular Economy. And then a little bit about the databases. As discussed already earlier, we also think that it is very important to have some kind of a tool to store the resource data and to look for new synergy opportunities, and also for the monitoring and reporting of the outcomes. And as it has been working so that the synergy has been, or the regional operators have had the license for synergy, and the companies have not been able to look at the data themselves, and they have been asking for an open platform that they could use and look for synergy partners by themselves. And also the regional operators also brought us this same message. And based on this, and also the Ministry of the Environment wished to develop this kind of an open platform. So about a year ago, the development of this kind of platform started, and now it is in a pilot stage. The speciality of this platform is that it can also be used to demonstrate the lack of commercial service providers in the case that a company wants to use municipal waste management services. And this is in our waste legislation that in that case they are allowed to use the municipal waste management services, and until now there has not been a way to prove that this is the case. And so this platform is also going to be used in that sense, and we see that this use will also increase the awareness of this platform, and think that maybe that it will also increase the user volumes in the sense of industrial symbiosis. Yeah. And this is what it looks like at the moment. It's unfortunately only in Finnish, and it will be translated to Swedish, but probably not in English, at least at this point. But those who can know Swedish, they can maybe test it also. And then my final slide, I collected some learnings from our FIS experiences, and see that the success factors are the facilitated model, and of course we need motivated and competent practitioners. We see that the regional delivery is really good, because then the practitioners are closer to the companies. But we also need the national coordination to exchange the information and have everybody on the same level. I think we need to consider regional characteristics in the regional projects. We need concrete and measurable targets and indicators. We need sharing of knowledge and experiences. We need utilization of R&D results, and of course the availability of the resource data is really important. Communication, raising awareness, of course, and trust is really important also. And challenges, what we have found is about the funding that Peter already also talked about. We have been also working on a project basis, and sometimes the longevity of the project is in that sense it doesn't work so well. Collecting the impact data has been a challenge also, and then of course the legislative barriers are coming up many times, even though there has been a lot of also improvements in that sense. So thank you very much for this.
Thank you, Paula. And now, before the panel discussion, we have a speech from Pekka Stelberg from UPM. It's a huge Finnish forest company, and nowadays it's more like a biomass company. Pekka is going to tell us about another circular economy platform focusing more on services than on materials. Pekka, please welcome.
Kiitos. Aha. Good to see you guys here in sunny Finland. Hopefully got a great week for the circular economy in this country, and it keeps coming and going. First, the bad news. I got 373 slides. And then the good ones, I'll show only 2 of those to you. And this is not the one. So I think my topic is like, let's take some kind of industrial reality of this circular economy into the discussion for a while and see how it goes. And a little bit, 5 minutes about the background of this exercise, and then 5 minutes about the structure of this platform, and then 10 minutes how it's going to work. So these 3 items we have in our agenda today. This UPM, as said, it's a big company. It's about 10 billion euros revenue. We got something like 100 business operations across this planet, ranging from the nuclear power stations all the way to the sawmills. And in the middle there's the paper mills, and there is pulp mills and plywood mills and all kind of mills. So we've been doing this circular economy now maybe for 125 years, and material efficiency as well, because that is enabling this company to survive. So I have heard that the first 100 years was not that perfect, but the last 25 years have been actually very good in terms of circular economy and material efficiency in all meanings. So we produce something like 1 million dry tons side streams and waste in a year in this company. 1 million dry tons. So out of that million, 90% is being reused and recycled. But we have still these 100,000 tons to go. And to sort it out in a sustainable and solid manner, that's the background of this circular economy service platform, why it's being created. So behind this platform, there's about 10 companies who has committed to develop and get it up and running. And this consortium, which is, as I said, about 10 companies, a big Finnish corporates, we have a collective revenue in these companies like 40 billion euros. So there's quite a huge commitment to make it happen and get it in use. I think that's about this background. Let's get to the point. Do we? Yes, we do. So this is how it looks like. So it's been now tested and developed for the pilot phase. So it's up and running, it does exist, and it works. So we have put a few thousand tons of different side streams and waste streams through this whole service with our maybe 20, 25 different partners within the supply network and this value creation process. So it has these services in these 6 modules. You can read it by yourself. But there's the headlines like these new technologies, because we might need some new technologies to sort out these side streams and waste streams to get them to the market. There's a bunch of all kind of present solutions existing already in this solution bank. Why they are not in use, I don't have a clue, but they are not, because still I have this package in my backyard, and as well as somebody else. Then the number 3 is this market integration, how to get these fractions to the market. So that's the key point of let's say, all of this. Supply chain services, which is actually covering all these so-called ERP type of functionalities, from the volume planning over the operations and manufacturing, the recipes and the product management, all the way down to the logistics and supply to the markets. This is regulatory services, because within this value creation process, it doesn't go like no tomorrow first time. We need some services to help this value to be created by those services. And then this digital services box, which is carrying all the data which goes through the platform. We can run for all kind of reporting, analytics, about performance of the circular economy and the value creation. So that's the structure of it. Single sign-on. When you get into the platform, you get all these services in your use and as like one go. That's about the structure. Behind every of these module, there's a partner network to provide certain services under these topics. So when you are putting the stuff through this platform, you can get these services as you go, if you need. And we have something like, I think we have now something like 50 different companies which are now in the platform for the testing and the piloting purposes with different roles. So, and this is the trick of it. Last slide. If you look at this, this process here, we got 3 items here. We got the markets in the right side, we got the fractions in the left side, and what is in the middle, that is the value creation process. Because the guys who's got these fractions, they don't have these markets. And the guys who's got the markets, they don't have these fractions. So that's why this package is still hanging in my factory backyards. Because my interest is not to deal with these markets. I'm a fraction provider, but I need to get these fractions to the market by somebody. And that's why we can come out with this conversion process. So somebody has to take care of that for me and serve the market. So this cluster in the middle, in this yellow pipeline, that's a set of companies who are able to do this conversion by using different equipments, processes, technologies, and so and so, and finally serve the market and get its income. So that's how the business is done in this process. On the way, you can see now in different parts of this picture, you can see the modules here again. When you put the fractions, this is now we are talking about the ashes and sludges and dregs. These are coming from the forest industry, which we took as the first set of fractions to test it. And that's why we put these thousands of tons of this stuff through the process. So you can see these modules again here. So module 3 and 4, that is the value add. If the value does not get created, nobody buys that. And we have these fractions in our backyards. So that has to happen. And to make it happen, you need different support and services on the way to the market. It might be that you got the trouble here in these technical requirements so that you don't have certain machinery, or some processes breaking, or you don't have different technologies to do that stuff. And then you can shoot out your requirement to this module 1 and 2. And behind that module are these collaborators and the partner network to sort these troubles out and help you through. And it goes and goes. There might be some kind of regulation restriction so that whatever you produce, it's not going to fit to the market for any kind of reasons. And again, you need some services to support you through. And you find it behind this module 5. And then the journey continues, and finally you are with your value add to the market. Because that's the only thing the world pays for. There has to be some value add. Otherwise it doesn't go. And that has been the biggest trouble in our experience so far in this industry, that this is not connected to fractions and the markets, and this is supposed to help it and fix the problem. I mean for good. And then throughout this whole, the process and the practice, we are collecting all the necessary data and store it to this, this digital service module in the databases for common use, which is restricted to certain operators, when everybody gets a visibility to the common databases by their roles. And we can restrict or open it as we go, but it has to be agreed within the parties in this process. And then you can run all kind of different reports and analysis, as said, and track and trace the supply and the fractions and everything else what happens there, manage the manufacturing, resources and the recipes of these products and the whole 9 yards. And what is this CLIC? CLIC is a consortium in this country. I think we have something like 40 owners, research centers, the private companies, some of the public parties, which is kind of a program office for this circular economy and bioeconomy and the bioenergy, the initiatives and programs. So that is the company who runs this show so that we can get it out to the market. And that's it.
Now you can start at 300 slides.
Do I still have time?
No, excellent.
Okay, thank you very much.
And now, before we go to panel discussion, we have a question for the audience. Check your cell phones again, and then go to the address menti.com, and you'll find another question there. Yes. So, as an introduction to the panel discussion, we're going to focus on the benefits of and the drivers for industrial symbiosis. But you have experience on this topic, so what do you think are the main benefits of industrial symbiosis for small and medium-sized enterprises? Now let's see what happens. And you can, yes, choose maximum 3. Can I ask to put another mic on? Yeah, it's mic 2. Yes. Okay. Quite many of you have already voted. And it seems like new business opportunities are the most important driver. Also cost savings and resource efficiency. Okay, we can see what happens here, and I will ask the panelists to get on stage. So Bettina, Per, Peter, Pekka, and Paula, as you notice, all their names start with the almost same letter. This mic to here so you can test. And I hope my voice can be heard also. Okay. So now we're focusing on positive sides of industrial symbiosis. What do you, in your experience, do you feel that are the key drivers for success in promoting industrial symbiosis? We have heard many experiences, but can you name 1 or 2? Peter, for example.
I think for me the top 2 would probably agree with what's just happened. Cost reduction would be the greatest role, and regulation as well. The standards and the regime that we all work under, but perhaps just adding to that, I would just like to say that the language is very important too. So I have a little brochure here of an engagement brochure that we use with SMEs and micros, doesn't mention industrial symbiosis. It talks about risk, cost, profit, and that's it. And that's how we get the engagement.
So you were mentoring drivers to make this happen. I agree. And many drivers, but what we have realized for some years now, it's really, really important that we tell the good stories and that we show the cases where real companies has made real solutions with real technologies. And that they meet and that they tell their story to equal men. Because that's much more powerful than in contrast to if we as facilitator or a consultant or somebody else is trying to tell a story and convince them. So if we can make them meet up with equal men and let them tell within the same branch, for instance, like a mining company tells another mining company, this works, we have it. It's maybe not copy-paste, but it's close to.
So good business stories.
Something that is close to reality for them.
Yeah.
Not only stories, but as well as we need some kind of market demand for this whole transition. And what we have been trying to do, the different parties in this, the value creation network, that we go not alone all the time. I mean, package by package. We need to find, let's say, the industrial collaboration, and even across the industries, and then it kind of creates the critical mass to go for it as a business and promote it to the market.
I agree with the previous comments, but maybe I will add that it is really important to have means of finding the right partners, and there we can use our facilitated models and of course also data platforms and things like that. So that is also, I think, really important to boost the symbiosis.
Right, thank you. I think for me, it's really about being able to demonstrate value creation, both for businesses to incentivize them to think about industrial symbiosis, but also for policymakers. Once we can show that value through either financial value or community values, skills, all of that, then that's a very good driver.
All right, then the next question goes to Peter. You have. I understood that you had started industrial symbiosis programs in almost 32 countries. So you have seen successes and failures. So what are in your experience, what have resulted the success? Or in what kind of situations you feel that now it's not working? What kind of things there have been?
I think I did put a slide on success factors, and the top ones were, from recollection, were that sustained investment. This doesn't happen overnight. It's a long-term issue. And I think where there have been failures around the world, but typically the failures have been either because it's been treated right from the outset as almost like an experiment, a pilot, and why should businesses engage and put their time in if they think it's not going to be there the next year or the next month even? So some of the funding that's been attracted to this area as well is probably not appropriate. If we look at some of the European funding, I think ERDF is probably a good example. It's great that we get support from ERDF. But it's not a great fund to support this type of activity because it's based around the metrics are more activity-based than impact-based. So I think that's quite an important one as well. But I would echo the comment from our friends from Kallenborg that the involvement of big companies is also key. If we hold a workshop at Jaguar Land Rover or Ricoh UK, it'll be packed. Industry like hearing from industry, that peer-to-peer why should they listen to me or the government? But if RICO are saying we did this and we saved this amount of money, right up on the wall, that will likely get replicated.
Yes. Anyone else wants to comment on that?
Totally agree. I think a very important element is that we need maybe as a pre-phase to engaging with a database instrument or whatever, we need to be aware that of course we need to build up relations which we already have. It's all a matter of educating each other, understanding a common language within this approach or this way of developing and running smart business. So if we're not on the same level somehow, understanding what this is about and what it can, what it cannot do, very important, cannot do. If we don't have that,
what it cannot do.
yeah, but if they have too high expectations or have misunderstood, then it will be a failure, or they will be disappointed and will not be willing to take next step. So I think it's very important to invest time in getting at some critical level where we can move on, and then take actual tools into play. So we shouldn't move too fast when we want to establish this. I think that's very important.
Yeah. Well, we have heard today that we have quite many tools promoting industrial symbiosis, and we have people, then we need money. But about the role of these kind of digital platforms and solutions, how important do you feel they are in promoting? Yes.
I think that the tools are really, really important. I mean, that's just part of raising awareness and also facilitating. But I think in addition to those tools, this technical support, and if we really want to, it's not just as simple as one man's waste is another man's treasure. Some of these materials have very good scientific applications, high value applications. And the tools and the facilitation is really important. But actually, to get the best value from these products, there's also that technical support that I think is needed. In the business case development, particularly for SMEs, they're not very good at, they're not always very good at that. That's not their core thing, is developing a business case, and that can be make or break when using these, byproducts.
Yeah, I agree. I totally, and we have been thinking a lot about how to get the research data, research knowledge also to this system, and to get the most of use of that. And that's why we have developed the expert pool, where we have these experts, but we would like to develop that much further, and maybe we could learn from each other and think of ideas of how to develop that even further.
Again, I agree with the previous interventions, but for me, although the tool is important and the workshops and engagement are important, but if you don't have the right infrastructure and support in place, then you end up disappointing companies. You raise their expectations. It's all very exciting, the workshop environment, and you say we have this wonderful tool to support, but unless you've got that support in place to back it up, you end up disappointing them.
Yeah, we must not, and it's still kind of I think the premises that we are facing. We should not continue just doing projects. We need to get to a point where we start implementing, having a structure of facilitators, support, task force, whatever. And we do have enough cases and enough numbers, enough value created to actually underline that this does create value at multiple levels. It is a win-win. So we need to somehow create the structure now where we'll be financed somehow, and we can promise them that we are also there tomorrow
next year and in 10 years to support this. And this is not just something we do to support ourselves, but this is something that we see work, and this is the way forward to actually go through a green transition and make a change. Right?
So we need economic resources for facilitators as well.
Some structure different from region to region, country to country, but we need to work on this together with regional, national government, right? To see how we can do that. It could also be consultancies, but I would rather not go there because it's so much commercialized, and then you are adding the risk that they may not exist tomorrow. So it has to be somehow a public-private partnership in actually establishing this platform where we have the task force, we have the facilitators, we have the support, and we have somebody that communicates all the learnings, so it's readily available. It could also be universities part of this, because municipalities are there, universities are there, so we have some kind of robustness in the system to support this.
Do you still have something?
No, I just repeat myself, we need this market pull to get these tools and practices and capabilities used by anybody. And to see that we have brilliant tools, a lot of data, why these SMEs, for example, is not going for it in that effective manner. Because it starts to be too difficult, and it's a bit of a fuzzy, it's too much. And why this organization might help these people in some kind of systematic manner to get these guys on board and start to create this market pull for this, different inventions and this technology and products and so on.
So keep the mic still. I have a question for you. UPM is a big company, and you have taken a really active role in this sector. So do you have a message for other big companies? They're not here, but there are people who could sell your message to them. What's the use or what's the benefits for big companies to be active in here?
The base challenge is that, also I mentioned these markets for side streams and these waste streams and so. That market is not for us. Our market is somewhere totally different, like generating nuclear power, generating make pulps and make paper and all that stuff. So we have no interest to those markets. But if we need somebody who's got that interest and in their strategy wants to serve it and invests and put an effort there, we have to support that to happen in our own role. So we have a number of different ways, to support that to happen. But the role to make the right roles in this whole value creation chain, that's the mandatory feature, that function. But then everybody has its own role and makes that well.
Yeah.
And maybe one more in these big companies, we should not actually keep our package. This is my, this is my slot, and this is your slot, and this is your. Let's put that whole thing together. Because it's not really no business-wise in our interest. But then have a bigger consortiums to make it happen. That works.
Wise words. Then about the role of facilitators. Do you have any ideas how we could sort of speed up the exchange of experiences between facilitators in different countries and in different regions?
Well, we have managed just to, another project, sorry, but this will be a way forward to actually implement. We have an EREK BSR project now called Baltic Industrial Symbiosis, where we are ganging up with practitioners. So Magnus there from Paper Province, EREK Cluster, Digipolis, I mentioned them earlier, and a number of associated partners where we actually do peer-to-peer exchange. So we meet up and learn from each other. And we've started, and we've focused on the Nordic model for now because we're not that different, and still we have different experiences in different ways. We have solved challenges and we still have challenges. So I think meeting up, learning from each other, where we are in that region, in that country, that is where we will learn something. And then of course we need to develop a way of collaborating and running a network in a larger region like the European Industrial Symbiosis Network that was suggested. That has to be, however, supported by local, regional, national networks, where you have this intimacy and this confidentiality and this connectedness to feed up in, but sharing capacity, so building capacity that way. But I mean, it's really important not just to meet in projects, but then to establish something where we actually have a natural way of communicating and meeting and working together and breaking down these borders in a way. I think that's important. Yeah.
Can I ask a question? Yeah. I think this is really a good approach that you have the Nordic network now building up, and I wanted to ask you that what kind of a plan do you have for the future, because this, I understood, that is a project at the moment. So how are you going to continue, because we are interested in that.
Well, the one project is actually building capacity transnationally in the Nordic and the Baltic region. As part of that, or before that, we actually met up 3 years ago, and we, with no funding, we decided that we need to meet often and discuss progress and challenges and opportunities among this, practitioners in this region. So that's what we've done. Now we're trying to take it to another level, to maybe imagine a one-point entry where people working with circular industrial symbiosis could enter and get access to all that is there, also the nice tools and databases and whatever is there, but really to work together on moving ahead, being practitioners, and when needed, we link to knowledge providers or technology providers in that sense. So we already have a network, but it's not a project, so it's not visible in that way. We're trying to approach Nordic innovation and see if this will be of relevance in that space. And then, of course, we will be happy to hook up with the European and maybe even other areas in the world where we could learn from each other and try and build a network. But important again to emphasize, we need to back off and go back and work in our own local society to actually generate the value and build capacity. So bringing it back and forth, trying to lift ambitions and actually realize these potentials.
I think going back, I think it was 6 years ago now, Kallenborg, Motiva and ourselves, we did try to get a European association going, but I think perhaps we were just too early then. But now I think the time is right. The momentum is here now, and the new initiative via DG Grow could be a vehicle. And I just going back on the value for big companies. It was interesting, at the G7 event we had Arla Foods presenting and we had Jackie Land Rover presenting, and they put up a slide saying that when we try to do it on our own we typically fail, but when we do it in partnership outside our sector we have a much higher success rate, and that's certainly backed up by the figures, because of the 4,000 or 5,000 synergies that we've completed, 80% of them are outside one's own sector. And it's only in the construction sector, which is logical, where you get a lot of synergies within the sector. So that cross-sector, again, is vital.
Okay. Actually, I think we could have time for questions from the audience for the panelists. If someone wants to challenge them or ask something, now is your moment. If not, you're hungry, I guess. I have one question. What have you learned today from other panelists' approaches? What has surprised you, if anything?
I'm really interested to see some of the digital tools and the platforms that are developed. We have, an example in the Welsh government. They've spoken to us numerous times about putting together a similar platform over recent years. We haven't pursued it, and so it's nice to see that actually some really good case study examples that maybe we could, talk to you about a little bit more.
I think the most important thing for me is now the discussion about the cooperation and the need for us to build a European or a global network for this, and that the momentum would be right now. So we should really catch that and go forward with that.
Well, I think I'm suffering from my own time poverty, really, because I should have really been talking to Scala, should talk more to our friends at Kallenborg and Bethany at RAP. So I feel a bit guilty, actually, because I think I would get a lot of value from talking to these people on a much more regular basis.
So actually what I hear you saying, I think, at least that's what I think, today we have been each other's facilitators of actually reminding ourselves that we need to, because we're trying to facilitate, but we should also help facilitating each other to actually gang up, right? And then I must emphasize that I'm really, and it's not just because I'm here in Finland, but really impressed of what you have done and what you are doing and what you plan to do. And it's a great example for us. So we would really like to use our Nordic network, whatever activities we have, to actually meet up with you and use maybe some of your strategies to try and push that into a Danish agenda. Because I think you have been very clever in actually establishing and using Citra, for instance, to actually support this time of this type of long-term investment that is needed to actually move this ahead and put it into a political agenda and have some politicians actually to carry this with them as a kind of a key activity or a heading, that's what we need to do, all of us. But we should not start from zero. We should learn from each other. So that's why it's a humble approach, but I think it's a needed approach for all of us to say, yeah, we are good at things. We have learned things ourselves, but we need to be bold and humble enough to actually ask for help. And hopefully you will be willing to share so we can move ahead and do something really with a good impact, because that's really needed.
I suggest regular parties.
Yeah, lots of beer.
Yeah. Pekka, do you want to say something?
Again, I saw that it's a vast, so much of the capabilities and tools and the data is being ready and organized and to make it ready for use. It gets over that hurdle, and expand it, scale up with all different, compositions that might help. So maybe also these workshops later on will touch that a little bit. So how do we fit our SCP to this whole pack, to complement the whole picture? Yes, thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for all the panelists. I think it's time to get some food, and you can go to the restaurant, and you don't have to pay for the food. You can just go there and have your lunch, and we'll ask you if there are not enough tables free. You can come here to eat, or in this room next to us. And also, okay, yes, okay, please come here, because there's only. And then I would like you to return the dishes to the restaurant afterwards.
Ei tule 3, eikö ruokailu. Kuinka monta se onko se 10 minuuttia about per 8 minuuttia? Mikäs tilanne pohjeen ruokailussa?
No niin, mä tiedän, tässä lounaan jakso lopulla.
No niin.
Tarvii huolehtia.
have already one meeting scheduled.
Yeah, we have this
Just being you. Okay. Maybe as a visitor or something.
And the hours that are
trying to solve this.
Yeah.
No, I mean that if it's true, no, personally, they don't have any platform, but we thought that if we agree that it's possible that it's through this platform, then it's given some exemption of otherwise you have to ask for waste permits and so on, or the total distance. Or it's
no, this is just for the company wants to use services.
Okay.
They must first put material for it.
Okay.
And then if there is no provide them
okay. It's not like so, but it's not other companies release. Usually the problem is that waste.
Kirjoitan sen tähän.
But as a consultant, are you consulting those companies also that they are, for example,
Tuliko se sieltä ulkoilemasta? Tuliko se sieltä ulkoilemasta?
because then the question is who is the
Mikä? Tämäkö?
Because we also realized that just handing grants this is
Hei, kiva, että pääsit
Self-made again.
tulemaan.
Then there is a problem that they don't know anything about it.
Sorry, we are starting.
Discuss.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Half of us is probably on sun, enjoying somewhere, but maybe we'll get them back later on. Okay, next we're going to focus on Finnish experiences, and we have here Sakari Autio from Lahti University. And you are going to tell about promoting industrial symbiosis in your area in Päijät-Häme.
Yes. Otan vaan ton tuohon.
Just the mic first.
Joo.
And you have to use that too.
Miten tää pannaan päälle?
Se on päällä.
Okay. All right. Hello everybody. My name is Sakari Autio and it's nice to be here to talk about industrial symbiosis and now a bit about our work in Lahti. So Lahti is a city about 100 kilometers away north from here, and we suppose we are going to be awarded as a Green Capital of Europe 2021. The Commission will make the decision in this month, so let's see what happens. So this is our school. It's not really big one, but kind of a middle size of University of Applied Sciences in Finland. In next year we will be combined to Lappeenranta University Technology Consortium, and then the size will, you can add there 1/3 in these numbers, so that the school is growing. About our work, at the moment it is so that the circular economy is chosen to be one of the main focus areas of the whole university, which is of course really interesting and promising to us to keep on working in that area. But like here many have been saying that it would be nice to have kind of a continuous funding instead of projects, but we are also living in this project world. And our circular economy related projects, the turnover is about 5 million. And now I'm going to tell you a bit more about these 3 projects, Reiska, Nets and Smarta, which relate directly to the topic of the day. So firstly, Reiska. Reiska started already 5 years ago, and we've been studying industrial symbiosis so quite far. We have visited Kalundborg, we have learned the NISP, we've been studying synergy database, and and because of we have our kind of a product, that's a bit badly said, but are the students who are engineers and so on. So we can use students and use them in our projects. So in Reiska project we have used quite a lot of students during the 3 years of it, and we connected. The point was that we tried to find out that what's the potential of industrial symbiosis in our local small and medium-sized companies. So we organized courses related to this, and the students were contacting the companies and finding potential for industrial symbiosis. So kind of a surplus concrete, plastics, metals, and such kind of issues. So looking like this, concrete. From painting industry you get kind of a sand, but it looks like this. You can find even kind of a treasures. So if you think about this kind of a refrigerator, here's a glass door. To make that, firstly you got kind of a top glass steel plate, like sized about like this. Then you cut the middle part away, and then you replace it with glass. And that middle part they were not able to use in their own product. So it's top glass steel which could be used for in some other company. Now in this case it went to our recycling system. Our recycling systems in Finland, they are good, they work properly, but they always start by shredding the material. So you destroy the material value of what you have in hand. Then about where the money comes, these storage space issues were interesting, because if you got a furniture company, it can be so that the materials are so good quality that even though they don't need them anymore in their own production, they want to keep them inside. Because otherwise, if you take the furniture material outside, then it's lost. But they don't have any kind of any market. The kind of a supply and demand doesn't meet each other, and that's the kind of a market problem is there existing. And then about another project, this is our NETS project. This is the main point that 7 industrial companies located close to each other. We were specifically looking at energy fractions, and they were interested about to create energy symbiosis between each other. We did also one material efficiency check. Here is check. In Motiva's papers you call them material efficiency audit. But that's only a word. So here are the companies close to each other. It was so that one of these companies was able actually to offer heating energy for all the 7 companies. The one option was that they could use the heat which you can get from the groundwater sources. And then this material symbiosis in practice, including 10 companies, it is so that, as we heard from Denmark and this Kalundborg story, that it just started in the 1960s. And it's the same with these small and medium-sized companies. Then in many cases, if they just can find easily, with reasonable costs and effort, a symbiosis partner, they will do that. But they are not really telling about it in publicly. It's their internal information. And it's the same in this case. They're not in a way keen to tell everybody that we are serving material for 10 companies. So that's how to get the information is an interesting issue. Then we have this latest Smarta project, where are 2 main topics. They are here. So we are looking at the material efficiency, and then we are looking at the industrial symbiosis. And we are one of the regional fish coordinators. Interestingly, there seems to be 7 to 10 universities like we are acting as a regional symbiosis coordinator. In practice, we started in the beginning of last month, to find the small and medium-sized companies to cooperate with us to do the material efficiency audit, because we would like to develop it a bit more suitable for small and medium-sized companies. So, and we are targeting to find altogether 5 to 10 companies, but it's encouraging that within a month we got four partners already. And there was a question in the beginning that what are the benefits of industrial symbiosis for small and for SMEs, and then the cost reduction was one of there. So the kind of a clear message has been in the beginning that what this could be for us. So how much euros in the first hand. And the small and medium-sized companies we are looking at, they have employees between 10 to 250. Now we have companies with 10 employees, with 20 employees, and with 200 employees. So quite different size. And we are looking for companies whose turnover is more than 2 million euros a year. So we are not looking the smallest of the smallest, but in a way, kind of a stable business. And then we are doing this coordinator stuff. We are organizing, this is probably going to be circular efficiency workshop seminar on next year spring, so welcome. And we are maybe contacting, so how to make this symbiosis stuff and so on working. We probably are contacting the clusters of Lahti. So there's plastic cluster, there's a grain cluster, there is a furniture cluster. We want to involve them in this working. So, because they know each other, they rely on each other, and we try to proceed in cooperation with them. So, our lessons so far, all learn. So, as mentioned in Denmark's case, it's a question about learning. It's in a way, it's a question about also kind of a cultural change. So if you get surplus materials, you start to find somebody who could use it. It's a reasonable approach for small SMEs, because if you got steel plate, they immediately understood that it's not reasonable to take it into metal recycling. It's in a way reasonable, but there could be also something more reasonable. So they easily understand that it would be nice if somebody could use this, maybe we can make some business out of it, but kind of get the material in use. We are thinking that we could combine the material efficiency audit and the symbiosis work, because it's in the audit we try to cut the amount of waste, to cut the amount of surplus. But anyway, in the end of the day, if they got it, then comes into the picture the symbiosis work. So to do two things during the same visit. And then this market thing, though, the matchmaking. In Lahti there was earlier M-Bank. I don't know if any of you have used it. But it was a bit difficult to use, because the money transaction was planned to be done through the same service. And then we tried Synergy, but it was a bit difficult also. At that time it was closed. You had the gatekeepers to use it. So, but let's see how it works with Materialitory, but we are going to base on that in coming years. And then there's been discussing about this permanency of the support. So now we are working on a project basis, but hopefully this could be kind of a permanently funded activity. Thank you. So this is our team. There's one, Anni Orola is missing, she's also here. So, but 3 projects, 5 years, and in next April we are able to tell you more precisely about the results. Thank you. Pidis mä ajan? Onks mä ajassa?
Kyllä olet.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sakari. Do you have any questions for Sakari? No? Okay. We'll continue. Because Juri Arvonen is not yet here, so we'll invite on stage Jutta Nuortila-Jokinen from Lappeenranta University. She will be telling us about a really interesting project where they have utilized side streams for replacing components in concrete. And how it happens we'll hear soon. Welcome, Jutta.
Thank you. Pointing. Okay. Have to try this first. Yep, it works. So, good afternoon. My name is Jutta and I come from the LUT University. So, as we heard from the previous speaker, we will be creating a consortia with Lahti Polytechnic. So, after that, we are Lappeenranta Lahti University of Technology. Right, but I'm here to tell you about this Urban Infra Revolution project, which is one of the projects that LUT Resource Research Platform is running. And it all started with this. So we are located here in the southeast Finland, and there are plenty of big players in the region which are producing side streams, or used to be called waste, but that's a no word nowadays. So something that they have no value to and something that they have to get rid of. Then we have a technology provider in the town, Outotec, and Outotec with us. We came with the idea that we should do something together to get rid of these side streams and also add value to them. And what was very important was also the new approach which came through this company. It's an SME in Imatra, and they do 3D print, so it's additive manufacturing, but usually people know it as 3D printing. And we are not talking about the desktop 3D printers, we are talking about big ones. So something that is able to print walls, for example, of a house. So big scale 3D printing. So we connected with Lappeenranta City, and they got enthusiastic about this idea because Lappeenranta has its own sustainability program called Green Reality, and their aim is to create a very low carbon infrastructure to the town. And this all ended up when we then looked for some funding for this idea, for realizing it. We got some funding from this urban, now it works when it's not supposed to. Urban Innovative Action. It's an EU initiative which funds cities, so city ideas. The applicant must be a city. And we got a quite nice sum of money, and it ended up with this. So we do have these partners here with their side flows. We have the technology provider, we have the 3D printer, and we have loads of material, and we are producing geopolymer concrete. This material is something that has a significantly lower carbon footprint than normal concrete, and it has some specific characteristics such as that it doesn't leach. So even if there is something harmful or not, or the concentrations of some substances are high, this material, as its nature, is such that it doesn't leach to the environment. So that was one very good thing. But this material, this geopolymer concrete that we are producing out of these things, it should be also 3D printable. So that was the basic idea. And then when we are 3D printing, we are not restricted to any form anymore. If you think about concrete buildings, for example, or any structure, they are usually cubical and such. But when you 3D print and your material is such that you are not reliant on the steel reinforcement anymore, you can create forms, whatever you wish. And this was one of the things why the town was so keen on this, so to get the silhouette of the town to look better. Geopolymer concrete, it's something, it depends on the aluminium and silica content in the side flow. So we have to find the right side flows to combine, because it's not geopolymer if we are not doing the bonding between these two ingredients here. And this shows the consortia. So we have plenty of players. We have SMEs and we have large companies. We have polytechnics, we have our university, and then we have designers, and of course the town, the city. And this creates quite a unique combination of players doing things together. It all started with loads of characterization. So we collected regionally and also then from Finland samples of different kind of sine flows and characterized them. So we were mainly, of course, interested in the silicon and aluminium content, but also on the shape and the size, because these are also relevant factors for creating this geopolymer. And also the dissolution tests were done. So plenty of chemistry behind here. Then we started with the recipe development. And this is done by a SME, an Apila group company. And this is actually one of the first things that we have been able to print out of the developed geopolymer. And one of the very unique characteristics of this material is that it hardens very quickly. So, for example, in Australia, they do use geopolymers in replacing the concrete in the airport. So on the runway, if there is a hole, they don't do the patching with normal concrete because it takes ages to dry, but they take geopolymer. So it's something that is very unique and also usable in many applications. We are doing the method development. So this is the printer. So we are talking about a big thing. And the idea here is that eventually, when we start printing, the printer will be taken on the site. And it prints there. Okay, I'm running out of time. Right, but this is so interesting, but let's cut it short. Okay, we do the sustainability assessment, and you can see that the geopolymer compounds are much less carbon intensive We think about the product safety, we do testing and so on and so on. We had an idea competition in Lappeenranta so the citizens could say what they want to be done out of this material. And the skate ramp was actually, the skate park was the winner. And then we are doing and using also virtual reality to show what this is going to be looking like at some point. And then we are doing the business studies. So this is circular economy, a great example of it. And when we are building up this business ecosystem, there are places for actors that didn't exist before. So we are doing studies over that. So in this kind of a research project, we are creating, or actually maybe not creating, but pointing out possibilities for SMEs to take responsibility of some part of this value chain here. And of course we are also thinking about the revenue generation models and actual business models of the actors and so forth. So to cut a very long story short, I'm grateful for the funding from the UEA and also from our great project team. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you, Jutta. Any questions for her? Yes, there.
So my question is that, so I have ever started working in the geopolymer field since 2011, so I have some background in this. So what I'm curious is that for the 3D printing, you said you have been using side streams, but what exact side streams have you been using?
We have been trying many of these side streams. At the moment we are having fly ash.
Fly ash
from, for example, UPM, so bio-based. But also we have tried the coal ash. But the thing is that in the future we won't have any coal ash. So we better base it on something that we can rely on, that we will have. And one thing I just forgot to mention is that this is a local, sort of a local solution, but it can be multiplied anywhere where you have this kind of a area where are different players with different kind of side streams. So, but yes, we have done quite much of the testing, and have to say that not all of these side streams do have enough silicon or aluminium, and that's the restrict. Yeah. Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next, if you thought Finns are quiet and shy, let me introduce the most outgoing Finn. Jyri Arponen from Sitra. He's about to tell you about one of the new tools for SMEs, how companies can find opportunities. So circular economy offers. It's about circular economy playbook.
Okay. Yes, good afternoon, ladies and playboys. I'm sorry to be late, but the taxi driver didn't find it because I went to the old Metropole, which used to be the tech university here in 20 years ago. But I found you. I've been working a lot also with Peter, so you know what he's doing, so that's what I've been doing last 10 years, might say. Connecting companies within these side streams. But I got fed up a little bit with that, with the waste and side streams and chemicals and liquids. Because sometimes or many times what is missing is the customer. And now I work now with the manufacturing industry, which is the very advanced machinery and products which they are producing, like Connect Range, Nokia networks, and so on. But also with the SMEs. And they are all on circular economy nowadays. But only few companies actually understand what it means to get that in an operational model. and embed that into their strategies. But those who do, they are the winners of the world. And the idea behind this is that don't produce any more side stream, because there is something wrong with your process if you are producing waste or side stream. If Mother Nature would design a process, it wouldn't create waste. So simple. But we all know that we have to deal with this side stream, and we have to do it. But I think it's the beginning. Then we have to go beyond and think about how to change the whole system. So, yeah, well, this is Sitra's vision. We want to be a pioneer of sustainable well-being, and I think you all know what Sitra is doing. And main strategy, we have 3 issues. Circular economy is the one, impact investment is number 2, and fair data economy is number 3. And actually, when you think about the industrial processes and ecosystem, those all 3 components are there inside. So I can do this in 3 hours, which I did just recently in Warsaw, or I try to do this now in 15 minutes with you. But, and what is sometimes also missing, so when I mentioned the chemical industry, because usually these startups come to me and they say, look what I innovated. I said, okay, very good, fantastic. What can you do with it? Everything, from the plastic to the metal industry, everybody can use this. And I said, okay, who's your first client? I don't know, because they don't understand, because this is so great and nobody understands that. And other thing is that they love so much what they have created that that's their only love. And they totally forgot that you have to have somebody who are you creating that side stream or whatever you are producing. So that's why we took, we had a project that we just made a business plan for these companies. And then they identify themselves within the ecosystem, your role, and then you think about where you want to be in that. And who are you producing this to? What will you receive? So you cannot be only sustainable in one part of this. You have to think about your clients and people who surround you, and also the money. In the future, maybe it might not be money. It can be other side stream. It can be a marketplace of side stream, but whatever. Something that you give and you get something back. But you have to have that somebody who gives you something. It doesn't work. Of course, if we wouldn't that be most ecological if we wouldn't have heating at all? It would be very also business-wise cheap to live, but it would be very good during the winter. So these type of simple ideas, you can always, when you create side stream, think about all of these 3, not just that this is a nice piece of shit or something which you can produce fuel or something, but think about what is it for, who is using that, who is paying you for that. So is there value in it? And one thing is always that you have to, of course, you are always local, but design the thing globally, have global minds behind that. Because these are global problems that we are solving, not just the local in Helsinki or Espoo or London or wherever. So there is your potential, but then decide that who is the one that I'll sell the first one. And there is a lot of, usually when you talk about circular economy, huge potential, fantastic, lovely, and just get on and do something. But then the customers and SMEs comes to me and, hey, where's the business case? We are already recycling. We are taking care of our waste. We are trying to use renewables as much as possible. But we don't get any revenue. We just get something behind, a little bit better under the balance sheet or the result. So usually it's about EBIT, efficiency or such. But where is the new businesses? So that's why we created this playbook for companies in order to start to rethink what they are really doing and why and to whom, and create a systematic way to analyze and assess what you are doing right now. And the one key thing was that all the big ones are already doing. This is $1 billion business, remanufacture your machines, $1 billion business to give the engines as a service to the air fleets. And it's $1 million business to sell tires as a service instead of selling them as a tires. And it's $1 billion business to manufacture components with the Bosch production line. So these companies started that already some years ago. So when we started, I discussed, of course, with this one and took them with our process and project. For example, and I love this one. You know, the lock company. They say that we don't want to produce waste at all. So 100% sustainable company. And actually SSAB, the steel that they produce here in Finland, it's 99% recycled. And so on. And these are shared, they have R&D centers that they share with their clients throughout the world. So it's a sharing economy innovation. And so on and so on. So they all are already doing. ABB has a motor hotel. If your electric engine goes broken, you can give it to me and we fix it and give you another one. And it can be anybody's engine. So in that case, you engage the customer to you. And after that, you start to sell them new services, predictive maintenance and such. So this technology has changed. I think that within the last 3 years, this digitalization has changed the game. Because now you know what you have inside your processes. You can optimize, predict, analyze, and have metrics on everything what you do. But the other thing is, but you can do the same thing to your customer. You give the right delivery for them. And also new business models. And actually I met a Danish guy, when you talk about these side streams, they have a little, I don't know what is it, actually ceramics or something. You can put it in all side stream or whatever material. Then you can track it where it goes to, in each component. So this will be a very, very different game than just producing something than thinking that somebody will buy it. You know exactly what you are doing, what does it cost, where it is, and how much you should get back from it. And also one thing is the openness. Customer knows everything what you do, from the beginning to the end of the process and product. So that's what we started to think about, how about our SMEs and smaller companies. And we created this playbook. It's about opportunities and inefficiencies which you have in your processes and unexploited engagements with your client. Then you start to think, what sort of business model should we jump in? And what would be beneficial for us? And you assess everything, you calculate what you do. And then you think about what capabilities are needed, because it's a totally different game than it used to be. And your competitors are totally different than they used to be. And what technologies do we need? And how to make the transfer, and how to do the roadmap. And then we have 90 cases there, so you can benchmark what others have done. So we had 50 companies who started to do this, and now there are about 2,000 companies who are doing this process. And I hope that there will be 500,000 end of this year, because it's in my bonus as well, you know. But this is the biggest one. Everybody started to think, why are we doing, first of all, and this is very important, how you design what you are doing. Is it really recyclable? Is it really stay very long life cycle? What happens after it's done? The end of life? Does it go back, or does it stay in your backyard, or what happens? But this has been the biggest. People start to think about, hey, why don't we do this? Why do we do that? Let's do it a different way. And, and companies are already doing that globally. These are just examples which I gave you. And these are the business models which are most attractive to create new revenue. And when you combine these two things, here is the value chain, the regular. It can be a little bit different, but usually it's something like this. So these new business models makes it circular. And these are not actually, this is something that companies are already doing, these below here. But these ones are the ones sharing platforms, product as a service, or performance as a service. I have some examples for you. And these were the companies who were with us in the beginning. Some of them don't exist anymore. They had a too big deal in Africa, actually, one of these, and couldn't handle that. So they went off. Sorry, it happens. sometimes these superstars who we think will be the future winners, they are not. So they show out that couldn't handle that. But that's why you need the whole ecosystem behind you. These sort of enabling companies and different types of organizations and bigger companies in order to understand how do we function and help you with the financing, new softwares, IoTs, and so on. And this was one of the company who was with us. It's EREK. It's very high-tech startup, about 5 years old. And they do these very thin films, which if you have a sort of sport, who is following everything in your body? Nobody. Nobody in this room. Okay, very close to this. So they do these films in those watches and I don't know what kind of wrist system they are, and many other surfaces. And they haven't thought about the circularity when they designed it, or the afterlife value. And now they do, and now it's also they are selling this as a service, so you don't have to buy this anymore. You just pay me a fee each month. And this is very interesting because it's a very sort of typical Finnish company. They are producing chairs like this. And after they sold them to their clients, they didn't actually have any kind of action with them anymore. So what did it mean? Sometimes they get some sort of said that, oh, it's broken or something, but that was all. So with this concept, they thought that, hey, why don't we sell this meeting room as a service? So it includes the chairs, but also lighting, projector, and everything, heating and everything. Of course, they don't do that by themselves. They have an ecosystem there behind. But the idea is that if you want to change these chairs, you usually throw them there in the corridor and somebody's taking them away, and then you get the new ones. And you don't know actually what happens with them. So now they have a system that if you want to change it, because now we change our logo, or we want to change, what we have, whatever reason. So you take these out and give something instead of the present ones, and you bring these to the other office or meeting room. So you don't produce waste anymore. You just give this as a service, and you pay me a monthly fee. And you don't have to bother what if the projector is broken or something when the clients are coming, because everything is fixed. And this new way actually gave them a new push in the market. So they just won the Olympic stadiums, all the chairs, for example, here in Finland. Piironen, 5. Okay, give me 5, thank you. And this is very typical nowadays, that you predict your maintenance. It means that before it goes broken, you change the tire, or you change like here, the axle. And they started to think in their all processes, this digitalization and possibilities within it. This is so what happens is the uptime of this driver's truck is all the time very high, and also it will be long lasting. This is very good example of, nowadays it's actually just air, not anymore supreme air power. Because you can have this only, monthly basis, paying the fee based on the outcome, what does this produce to you. So you use just the air you need, because usually in the processes you need electricity, you need water, and you need air. So that now you've got monthly payment each month based on the usage of the air you use. Not anymore. You have to have this is a 100,000 engine compressor, and you need one guy to always to do something. This is remotely operated by thumb turbo, so you just get the air what you need. And they get monthly fee from them. But it's very hard, this business model, because smaller companies cannot handle this alone. Your balance sheet doesn't take it, because you cannot have these type of engines in your balance sheet when you're a very small company. So they need a third party to finance that. And now actually there's a system that I sell this to him and I lease it back, and I bring the engine to you, and you pay me fee, and I pay you monthly rent. That's the way it goes. So they are very complex, but now European Investment Bank and Investment Fund has come to help, and they have intermediaries in each European countries to help to raise the equity for the SMEs, like they have. But it has been a very hard work. All of it's not easy, but once you do it, it's very profitable. And these are just an examples how many companies are already doing this and very successfully. I'm trying to little bit put some speed in the presentation. But it's not anymore about this and not anymore about only the revenue actually. But this as a service model brings you a good solid revenue. And if you think why is it beneficial for the environment, is that if I own the engine and I optimize and predict, you do the predictive maintenance and follow the whole road from the beginning to the end, the emissions will be much, much lower and the life cycle will be much, much longer. Because usually if you are producing something, the end user is the problem. Because usually you drive the car, you push it like boom, so you can do steadily. It's same with the boats and all of these. So always what these production companies are worried about is that the emissions go high when our clients start to use it. So when we operate it, they will stay lower, or somebody else in our ecosystem. But this is also very important, this brand value, and some of Finnish company doesn't really understand how important it is. But even in States now, when 3 years ago I was talking about this, they were like crazy. Now there was an investor who just had a 500 million fund raised, and he's in San Francisco, and said that this is fantastic. This is actually what we are looking for. So it's also, and all the customers in States, they try to, you know, if you have a, nowadays, if you have an apparel or whatever, clothing even, the used or recycled materials, it's much, much more favorable. So end consumers are also expecting to have, you have to be real with what you are doing, and the brand doesn't have this value if you do not, you don't have the circularity or sustainability in it. And this is very, very, now I'm actually getting to one biggest point is that instead of having the, you know, we are always so proud of our production, but now you have to start to think about your client and you have to be proud of your customer. So this, you are here in the middle, and automotive industry will go from selling the cars to the sharing the car. Instead of having that in your parking place, if somebody is using that. So we don't need anymore so many cars. So this will be very, very soon the future. And nowadays even BMW is doing this. They have this sharing platform. It's called Drive Now. You can use that in Helsinki. And then you can have it as a service as well. So you pay monthly fees if you want. But the manufacturing is actually here in the outer loop. And the maintenance and the life cycle prolonging system is very close to you. And of course, this, all what you are talking about is very crucial. This will be the biggest, most important thing, of course, when you think about material. Most of it will be recycled and also renewables. So if you think about this mats within circular economy, this is just the tip of the iceberg, but you get, you know, huge savings and good value and good return of equity as well if you invest in this and go towards that. And this is something that many investors are always asking me, where are these unicorns within the circular economy or industrial symbiosis? They starting to be these type of companies who have the sharing platforms, or they have a system to circulate, system to share, and if you have that, you have a revenue model that is close to the hockey stick. And instead of, this is something else, instead of just, as you know, in industrial symbiosis, you have a two-way revenue model, meaning that first you take care of somebody's waste and you turn that into the valuables. So in this type of model, you have many of these revenue streams. And this goes along also within the bio. It's the same. And you don't know actually, you can be actually very, very important farmer with the special catalogs in these certain cars. So this is a huge, huge potential in this. And you are actually in the automotive business or energy industry. So and this is where you have to go when you think about your streams. You have to have all these, also money flow, information flows, not only where the material goes. And who is the client, who is paying, what is your position, how can I be better? And you need to change the mindset and do the, also new strategy for you, thinking about what we're going to do next. ABB said that within the 5 years, if we don't start to change our businesses in all our actions and processes, we will be out of business. And of course, these type of business models, these are the typical ones, so it's incremental businesses and very low risk, and it's sort of secured money. They have a lot of money for these type of businesses. But this, as I told you about the balance sheet, you have to have that widened. And here, if you start to do the sharing platforms, there where the big money lies, because there are a lot of people. So you have to think about how you behave, who is your client, and totally change all of these values, mindsets. And we have a company called Kembu in Finland. There's a banker and anthropologist, because always people are asking that, where is the little people in these pictures? I said, it's the essential. And these values as well, and I told you about the brand. And what is the definition for the values? How can you determine, or how do you know that is about the values that the people are really changing their mindsets? Do they just say it, or do they do it? And it's about how do you act when nobody's supervising you? Do you really do what you are saying? And this is nowadays the thing, that because everybody knows what you do all the time, so you cannot lie anymore, and that's why, because of these new technologies. So that's why everybody has to be very, very secure what you do, and you cannot do this alone. You have an ecosystem behind you, and use these people who help you and work with you, and don't try to do everything alone. So customers, investors, and people, with this type of businesses, you get the sense of purpose. Thank you very much.
Are you going to stay here for the coffee break? Okay, just one question. The circular economy playbook, it's in English.
Yes.
So, these people are sort of business intermediaries, most of them. So can they use it? Can they help companies to?
Yes. Sorry. Most important. Where you get it from is here. Very small. Usually I have a bigger one. I'm always encouraging companies to market, but did you see it somewhere else? It was there.
In the beginning?
Yeah, here. Use it. And I've been doing this in, actually now Eastern European countries have been very interested also, because the lack of business cases, the willingness within the companies has been like reluctant. They are not so keen on circularity, but now they are, when they understand that good business for us. So I was just in Warsaw doing this for 3 hours, and before that in Budapest, Copenhagen, and different countries, and it's really, they are all using that. And I'm also encouraging, you only need actually these 3 pages to start with the companies. This one, so I usually ask, from the production to the customer, all these people, usually also a counter and a supply chain manager, production guy, but also commercial sales guys. They are very keen on this. But you start to do, why are we doing these things? And then usually somebody, I have always said that this is so stupid. And they say, yeah, it is. And we are losing money all the time. And also the other thing, this one. Oh, why don't we? So I usually put this on the very big, on the table, and we start to do all, firstly with the handprint. Because then you get engagements. Because, of course, the leaders and managers of the company, hey, we are very proud. Hey, we are doing this. And I make money with that. We do this, we do this. what about if we forget our intermediaries there in the market? Why don't we just sell directly to the companies? Because it could be possible. Just do this type of platform where the customers can take our engine whenever they want. For example, one company which is lifting people here, I can't say the name now, but you know. But it's a smaller one of the small ones in Loima. But they started to think about this immediately. And those guys in the production, why don't we do this and this and this? Why don't we sell our spare parts when we sell the engine? Because they will want them in very soon. So why don't we put them in the same shipment? First with the little good things and then bigger leap. Yes, but use it.
Many thanks, Jyri.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, let me continue to company pitching part. First, Anna Garton from Globe Hope. She will be, we will have here different examples of success stories of industrial symbiosis.
Okay, thank you. That's a hard act to follow. I'll try and keep up the momentum. Yes, I'm Anna from Globe Hope.
Say hello to Seija.
I will do.
Yeah. Been a bit sparring with her founder very many years.
Yes. Yeah, I drew the short stick.
She has a lovely daughter as
well. Where should it? Hold on, let me get this forward. Here we go. We're actually celebrating 16 years since we were funded this week. So we've been around for a little while. We're not a startup. And the whole idea of the company, as he mentioned from Seija, our founder, was that the world has got plenty of material already. We don't need to use and create more virgin source material. And we're in the fabrics and textiles business. And actually, the materials we used are not only textiles, we also use advertising materials. We use boat sails, exhibition carpets, one of the worst single-use materials, exhibition carpets. You rent it for the exhibition, but actually what you're doing is you're using it for 4 or 5 days and then it gets burned in an oven. That's one-time use, and it just seems crazy that that can't be utilized, but we've started using that as well. So our main core skills, as we've been talking today, is design. We are looking at the material, what we can create out of it, and extend the life of it. So design is at the core. We've been talking about this material efficiency today and core skills, etc. And I've just sort of honed in today that our skill is designing from existing materials and looking at how we can use them so that their life is extended for a longer period as possible and their environmental impact is as little as possible. Let's see. Textiles in general and fashion are one of the worst affecting industries in the world. It is a global problem, not only from a social point of view, but also from an environmental point of view. These facts and figures just show that it is a huge material problem because the production of the materials and the pollution that's caused along that side, as well as the disposable nature of fast fashion, and then at the other end, the pollution that's caused by it all. The world has got a lot of consumer products and consumer textiles which are wasted, but our concentration really is in the industry waste, because we don't do one-off products, we make production lines, and therefore we utilize 20% of industry excess. And a lot of it might be even something that has never been used. Somebody ordered 20 rolls of fabric into their storage, and they only used 18 of them. So what do they do with the last 2 rolls? They hang on to it, they can't throw it away, they don't want to burn it. Burning is not the solution. You can't bury it in the ground anymore like we used to in the past. So it sits there in storage, and then we are able to buy it in and utilize it into making products. So it's using what is already there, and that's the whole idea of our business, is that we create something valuable, we upcycle and create more value in the process. We also create products which are practical. So we've got a consumer product side, which you can go and look at our website, and those are consumer products. But half of our business comes from what we cooperate with businesses. We provide them with a means of practicing sustainable procurement by designing products for them, together with them, which can utilize their own materials as well. Workwear. And this is one of the concepts that we've been developing recently, and that's what I want to concentrate on today, not our consumer business. You can find out and read about that on our website. But the big problem is, for businesses, you've got 1,000 workers. How many workwear, jackets, trousers, they are used for X number of, or period, and what happens to it? There's a lot of rental services, but when they're branded, you still can't just burn it at the end of the day. Even if it's rental, it's still made for that business and their needs. Therefore, it's still, in effect, branded and can be reused. From our point of view, they're buying not just the product, but a solution to their excess needs. We're talking about workwear, marketing materials, from advertising flags to banners, all sorts of things that are being created. Exhibition carpet might be ordered to a particular brand color. It's not going to be used again, so therefore we can make something out of it. And what I do generally is talk to the business. What excess do you create, and what procurement needs do you have, and can we combine these two? And in the ideal situation, we can make something for their procurement or their PR purposes, which has been from their own excess. There we go. So the idea is that not only do we provide them with a service and a solution, we also provide them with data. And we're talking about image, communications, sustainability reporting data, etc. So we can have a look at how many jackets have been taken, how many zips are removed, how many buttons, and we try most resource efficiently to utilize them. So we might agree with a customer that, okay, we'll make rucksacks for you, X number of these, and then we'll see if the sleeves, we can make some smaller products out of those, and then how do we utilize them as best way we can. And we calculate and provide data so that we do use as much of the products. And this is the problem with especially clothing, is that they're not single material. We sometimes have to try and figure out, has it been fire coated? Can you use it? You can't therefore melt it as cotton because it's got all the other chemicals that it's been coated with. Therefore, the best way to use it is as something else which doesn't rely on those qualities being affected. There we go. Other cooperation we do with businesses is such as, this is a recent case. We've been working with the Finnish shoe company Sievi for many years. Every year they have a new range of shoes, and therefore they create these banners, and we make bags and backpacks and shoe bags out of those for them. Also, our latest summer range uses their production excess leather, and we've created a summer collection utilizing those. So we're both benefiting. Their excess and we get raw material. And one of the things that I hate talking about is waste, because people talk about waste. It's our resource. It might be excess, but we want to make something out of it which is good quality and add value to it and upcycle it to the point where excess leather, which would otherwise be thrown away, is created into consumer products which we want people, of course, to buy, because that's the main thing, is that there's a market demand for them. And each product that we sell or make comes with a little label. And that's the, as far as I'm concerned, more important than anything else is the story behind each product as well. So you're able to provide a story that I used to be something else, and rather than being thrown away and discarded, I'm now continuing life as something else. And this is for our business partners a very big sort of point as well. But it's difficult always finding the combination of this, the sort of sustainability, circular economy, marketing, branding, and bringing all these people together and say, listen, these things are affecting all of you. It's not just one department that needs to procurement to buy something, but it's the whole sort of big picture that we're looking at. So in a sense, there's been lots of terms, as in we've a small Finnish design brand, but we've been practicing circular economy and it's part of our brand DNA. Our main market is still domestic. People here know us, but we're of course hoping that people will understand that we're not just limited to Finland, and although our production is local as well, this could be something that could be expanded and made global in effect. But of course we don't want, as part of the values, that materials are being sent from one side of the world to the other, but the core business being the design is something like we were talking earlier, is the skill that we have and the knowledge from 16 years that how to utilize existing things and make something longer term use out of them. But yes, our founder Seija's details are there, and please go and look on our website if you want more information. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna.
Yeah.
Hope you're staying with us during the coffee break. Yeah, great. Okay, and the next one is Nina Koivisto from Soften, and you're producing acoustic panels, but we're here from which material? If it's impossible, you can keep it in your hand.
Oh,
maybe.
I'll do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the other mic.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay.
Okay. Maybe I use this.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you for inviting me here. It's nice to be here. And I will tell a little bit about our company first. So I am an export manager at Soften, and we were established 12 years ago in Turku, in southwest of Finland, and we make acoustic products of all kinds. And first, we always use 100% polyester felt as material, and first we got it from Sweden. And 2 years ago, we decided to move on to Finnish raw material, which is certified to be at least 95% recycled PET bottles. And the recycling method is totally mechanical, so there are no solvents used. And we do thermoforming. We are professionals in it, and all our production types are made by us, so we have invented all our tools for it. And we export to 10 countries, to Europe, and the newest countries are Japan and also Dubai and Abu Dhabi. We have done some projects, and we have the Finnish flag and and design from Finland mark. Yep. I'll show you a bit what our products are like. They are like interior design elements, and we do. All our products are easy to be installed with tape systems, and they are very light-weighted, and all are acoustically tested in labs, so they have the absorption class A, and they have all kinds of three-dimensional forms and sold. First we invented these for normal people to have in their house, but almost 95% of our projects are like libraries and banks and offices and schools and kindergartens. So, yeah. The material is very durable, and this is one project in Hämeenlinna city. They did some. They made new the swimming halls, so there were concrete walls, and they wanted to have nice acoustics there. So we delivered them whole walls of acoustic panels, and they endure the moist surroundings very well. Then normal surroundings for our panels are places like this. This is from Queen University of London, and there are some auditoriums, and those panels are supposed to be like the game Tetris. And then we do a lot of studios, billiard halls, bowling alleys, and of course offices of all sorts. We also make room dividers of different types. They can be freestanding with own feet, or they can be suspended with wires to ceiling and floor. So, and last year we bought some new machines. We have computer-operated knife cutter, and then we have new pressing machines. So we do a lot of customized projects for our clients. So mostly from last year we have done like 90% of our projects totally customized, so we can do different kind of products for customers. And this is now what I'm going to tell you about. We were asked to join this Telaketju project year 2017. Our CEO was attending it, all the meetings, so I wasn't there, but he doesn't speak any English, so that's why I'm here to talk you about it. So it's like a whole cooperation network that forwards textile recycling, and it has been received support and from Ministry of Environment and Tekes and funding, and it's been coordinated by Lounais-Suomen Jätehuolto Oy, which is a waste company in Turku, and VTT, which is a technical research center of Finland. And Henna Knuutila from Turku University of Applied Sciences requested us to join. And yeah, you can take the next slide. Yes, and we wanted to find out if we could come up with something out of this recycled textile waste, which is going normally to energy recovery. And actually last year a factory in La Roche in France processed some sample set of the fibers made out of these recycled textiles for us, and delivered us a small sample amount, and then it was mixed with polyester fibers, so it can be thermomoldable, and we made some acoustic panels out of it. And that's what they look like. I actually have a small sample of the material, if you want to see how it looks like. And actually the panels were tested in acoustics labs and they work very well. And we were very pleased to be one of the companies that actually gained something from this project. But at the moment we can't get this material. And hopefully the situation will get better, so we could actually, because I know there are some companies and we have had some inquiries from companies that would like to buy these ecological acoustic panels. And our participation stopped February this year, and we made a report, and we are very happy with the results. But there are some challenges still about this material that we could get it, because the availability is low. Actually, the company that, the factory that made the sample set in France, they don't have the material, and it's quite complicated to gather, because you have to, from close, you have to remove all the zippers and buttons and stuff, and then you have to know actually about the fibers, so it's a bit complicated yet. And also the heat tolerance is a bit critical, and of course the even quality of the material. Then the material has to also be clean and without any nasty smells, and of course what would be the price for the material for us to use. But yeah, yes. But the new project is 2.0, and it's now running again, and we are going to have a textile sorting and refining factory in Turku 2020, so we are hopefully we will get the material in the future. And there are some facts which we actually heard in the last pitch. So it's very, we think it's very important to find new materials that are recycled, and we could actually solve a little bit of this textile waste problem in the future. So, yes, thank you very much.
Thank you, Nina.